Good morning and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 22nd. Our apologies for starting late. There was an accident at the traffic light near the airport, so traffic has backed up and we've had commissioners are running in late and guests are running in late. So we are getting started now and we look forward to our conversation for the next couple hours. I'm Kelly McNicholas-Curry, the chair of the board. Also in the room with me is Vice Chair Patty Clapper. Francie Jacober will be joining us in the room shortly as well. And commissioners joining us on Zoom are Steve Child and Greg Poshman. And we are starting off our agenda with a discussion with the Colorado River District executive staff, which we're thrilled to have. And Andy Mueller, I will turn it over to introduce yourself and your team.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner. As you said, I'm Andy Mueller. I'm the general manager at the Colorado River District. Sitting next to me is Zane Kessler, who is our Director of Government Relations. And on Zoom is Amy Moyer, who's a new addition to our team we're excited to have. She is the Director of Strategic Partnerships at the district, running our new community funding program. So Amy is in transition from Denver over to the West Slope and is real excited to get over to the West Slope and into the Roaring Fork Valley. So we're happy to have her. I want to first thank the commissioners and the county for having this meeting and for being willing to meet with us and devoting 2 hours of a conversation with us on your agenda. We know that you're very busy. For us, it became very apparent last year that we weren't doing a great job of communicating between our two government agencies. And I think that we really appreciate the opportunity to meet with you now, but also develop better communication in the future so that we can work together on so many of our shared priorities. And I think that what we'll find through this discussion today and in the future is that we have a tremendous number of shared priorities, that we're working on the same projects. We have obviously the same constituents, at least within Pickens County. Our district, for those on Zoom who aren't familiar with it, covers roughly 15 counties, or all of 12 and part of 3 on the West Slope. And so having the opportunity to meet with and work with local government officials is really important to us, and making sure that we're on the same page is really critical. I will tell you, as I think we've talked about in the past, that we recognize that the district has not always been on the same page as Pickens County on projects, specifically I think in the Crystal River and elsewhere. I believe that we have, that the district is evolving as our population evolves, and I think that we're finding that our priorities are in fact very similar to those that we've seen Pickens County articulate. And in fact, looking at the IPPs that you've placed on the Colorado River Basin Roundtable, we think that many of those projects, if not all of them, are things that we'd be happy to work with the county and make sure that they can become successful. I do, want to take the opportunity to make sure that we address all of the concerns of the county and make sure we understand with great detail where the county sees that we may have differences, and try to figure out how best to serve our mutual constituents here in Pickens County. One of the exciting things that we have to talk about today, and it's on the agenda, is our community funding project or program, and that evolved from 7A, the question that was on the ballot last November. And as you'll recall, about 82% of the voters in Pickens County voted in favor of that. We were impressed overall in the 15-county region. We had a positive voter rate on that tax increase of about 65%, which is remarkable considering Western Colorado's anti-tax stance on most issues. So we think that there are a lot of common values that were expressed in 7A that I think will help this county and others move their priorities forward. And as such, I wanted to turn it over to Amy Moyer, our Director of Strategic Partnerships, to talk about the program and walk through both the structure of the program and how we're running it, but also the programs or projects that we've already funded this year. And I think it will provide a good example to the county of where our priorities are at the River District. So, Amy, if you want to take it away.
Sure, and let me just jump in and welcome Francie. Hi,
Thank
good
you.
to see you. And then also I wanted to introduce John Ely, who's our county attorney, is our Colorado River District Board member that we've appointed to represent the county at that board, and Laura Maker, assistant county attorney, who handles a lot of the water law. So that covers everyone here in the room. And yes, thank you, Andy. I appreciate
you.
the intro.
And if I may, before Amy jumps in, I just wanted to give some brief remarks on, to state the obvious. And a lot of this is in line with what Andy said, but when we look at the challenges facing the Roaring Fork Valley and the Colorado River Basin as a whole, we're facing a very serious situation. We've got, historic drought that continues as a result of climate change. We've got soil moisture deficits that are robbing in many parts of the western slope over half of our snowpack. We've got issues on the big river that the River District is paying close attention to and working with our board of directors and others on. But when we look at climate change, soil moisture, lack of precipitation, the challenges that we're facing, not only for our consumptive water users in the district, but for those non-consumptive interests, environmental flows, recreation, I think this conversation is appropriately timed because I think there's no better time than now for us to be working together and communicating and making sure that we understand what Pitkin County's priorities are and in a position as staff at the district to take that to other parts of the district as well. So I just wanted to throw out a couple of opening comments there, and sorry to be the downer, but here we are mid-June and we've got fires almost in every direction. We've got smoke in the air. The Crystal is not, I mean, it's looking like another poor hydrology year there, as well as on the Roaring Fork and elsewhere. So just to state the obvious, just get that out there, and glad to be here communicating with you and hopefully working together through what's going to be a tough year. So thank you.
Appreciate you. Thanks, Amy.
Amy, sorry to
Yeah, we look forward to
delay
hearing
you,
about the
so.
partnerships program.
Yeah, no problem. Amy Moyer, Director of Strategic Partnerships with the Colorado River District, for the record. And good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me join virtually. Like Andy said, I'm about 1 week from my move to the Roaring Fork Valley from Denver. So previously, I had spent about 8 years with the Colorado Department of Natural Resources with the state, and then most recently as their Assistant Director for Water, and also as part of Governor Polis's team advising on water policy issues. And I joined the River District in March of 2021, so a little over 3 months ago, to help primarily run this new funding program and develop some additional partnerships with the River District. But I have a few slides to talk through our community funding partnerships. So if I can see if I can share my screen. All right. Are you guys seeing the PowerPoint okay?
We are.
Perfect. So again, like Andy mentioned, our new funding program is the Community Funding Partnership. It initially was called the Partnership Project Funding Program, so those are one and the same, but we've spent some time really being intentional even about the project name to support our hope to be part of communities and partner on water projects. So we have the Community Funding Partnership, and I'm going to walk through just a few of the program highlights so far, where we are in year one, and answer any questions along the way. Let's see, there we go. So just with some brief background, I know that you all are familiar with the history, but the funding program did start at the ballot box with the passage of ballot question 7A, and like Andy mentioned, we're grateful to the voters for passing this initiative, and think highly of our mission to support the will of the voters. And so with the passage of ballot question 7A, the River District has about $4.2 million annually to dedicate to high impact water projects across our district. The intention is to stay aligned with the Colorado River District mission to support our communities as we adapt to a drier future, help keep water flowing west, and ultimately be more resilient to the changes in our climate that we're experiencing. So far, we have funded 8 projects, and again, we're just at the beginning of this program. You can see the project map on the slide. We have that project map on the Colorado River District website that we update as we award projects and include brief descriptions of each project, which categories they are hitting. But so far, again, we funded 8 projects. It's about $1.5 million in award, but leverages multi-million dollars in support from other partners. But these projects represent river restoration, post-fire recovery, some diversion structure upgrades, headgate replacements, some dam rehabilitation to support multi-purpose storage. And so again, what this is translating into is healthy rivers, more resilient watershed. Again, we're looking for storage solutions that are multi-purpose, offer additional benefits for recreation or flows to support our fisheries. We're looking at more efficient delivery systems that support our salinity and selenium objectives. And so I'll highlight a few of our projects so far. So we started, you may remember, with a $1 million award for the Windy Gap bypass of the Colorado River Connectivity Channel. That's an important project that will restore the health of the headwaters of the Colorado River, restore the fishery. In the Blue River, we've supported the Integrated Water Supply Management Plan to support ultimately more science-based projects. In the Yampa, we're supporting releases from Elkhead to support our historic water users, to support our endangered fish populations as they realize how to adapt to a drier future, how to adapt to calls on that river. In the Gunnison, we've supported some diversion upgrades where we're helping fund two diversions, 2 ditches into one. And the benefit to the river is that eliminates the need to bring heavy equipment into the river every year to create these gravel push-up dams. It allows the Upper Gunnison to function as it should and restores the fishery there, while also supporting the water users with a more upgraded and efficient system. In Fish Creek Reservoir number 2 down in the Lower Gunnison, again, that's a dam rehabilitation project, but Trout Unlimited is also an important project partner for that project in an attempt to use those releases to restore the fishery down there and to work with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to enhance an in-stream flow. So those are just a few of the examples. Again, we're early on into this process. I know it sounds like the board was interested in hearing about some of the work we're doing on river restoration projects coming up, and I'm really excited about some of the projects and partners that we're working with. So we're talking with Summit County about their Swan River restoration project and how do we move to some additional phases. In the Yampa, we're talking about how do we partner on reforestation efforts and get the stream temperatures down to support our recreators on that river, support the town's water quality and support the fishery. And then here along the Crystal, we've been in close communication with the Roaring Fork Conservancy on the Riverfront Park Restoration Project. I know this was a project supported by Pitkin County's Healthy Rivers program. We're excited to be a potential partner on that project, and we're working alongside them to line up partners and hopefully get that project constructed this fall. So lots in the works. You'll see this map populated more and more with additional projects. Just to hit a few pieces on our program overview, program eligibility. Again, we're funding projects across the River District's 15-county region, and we have a wide range of eligibility for project proponents, from our nonprofits to our local government to our ditch companies and potentially even individuals. We're looking for large and small projects that ultimately are collaborative and have strong local support. And so I think it was initially a recommendation from this board to include a letter of support from the relevant Board of County Commissioners. We do require that, and we are honoring that commitment. And we're seeing a lot of benefits from that, both from making sure that we're aligned with our local elected officials on funding projects, but we're opening up a lot of good conversations on water and opening up connections of, again, how do we work better together to advance water projects across the district. And ultimately, we want our River District funding, this community funding partnership to be a catalyst to leverage additional dollars, leverage additional state dollars, federal, local, philanthropic money to bring more funding to the West Slope and move a lot of West Slope water projects forward. And this is especially important in an era of potentially a lot of stimulus dollars coming our way. We're really focused on working with our communities to help put them in a position where we can leverage some of those stimulus dollars that we might realize here soon. We have 5 project categories. Again, we're really emphasizing let's be multi-purpose, multi-benefit. Let's hit all 5 of these categories, from productive agriculture, conservation and efficiency, healthy rivers, infrastructure, and watershed health and water quality. And so projects that are most competitive for our funding can demonstrate how their project objectives align with many of these categories. I'll talk about here in a minute that we have offered our staff time to develop pre-application meetings to work with projects and recommend, here are some ideas to make your project multi-benefit and ultimately more competitive for our funding, but also other funding programs across the state. We do have equity principles built in, and we are very focused on honoring those commitments as well. So equity across geography. So it's our intention to spread our funding out across our 15 counties, across the different river basins that we serve, and then equity across categories. And so we are very focused on tracking our projects by county, by category, by basin, so that in an attempt that every 5 years on a rolling average basis, we can say we're spreading our dollars out across our districts, we're spreading our dollars out across our categories and meeting those equity targets. So that's something we're working on to talk with our River District Board about at each meeting. We're working on some options to maybe showcase where we're at with those equity principles to put on our website and really honor that commitment. That was a big focus of our ballot question 7A. And then in terms of the application process, like I mentioned, we're asking folks to contact us for a pre-application meeting where we can sit down and learn more about the potential projects that's in need of funding. Again, we can recommend, like I mentioned, how do we make this project multi-purpose, multi-benefit? How do we suggest other partners that may have a role in funding going forward? And then in terms of an application deadline, we do operate on a rolling application basis. And the intention behind that is, again, we want these River District dollars to be a catalyst to leverage additional funding. We want to meet communities where they're at. This helps us align with bigger funding opportunities that may have 1 or 2 cycles per year, and the River District can provide some really important matching dollars, more support on the local front to help these projects be more competitive. And then in terms of our review process, funding requests under $50,000 up to a $400,000 cap can be reviewed and awarded under our general manager authority. And then larger funding requests will go before the River District Board of Directors for approval. And then just to wrap up, and we can open it up for questions and more of a discussion, but we're asking potential applicants to follow 3 steps towards funding. So first, we have all of our guidance documents, application materials on the River District website. Second, we want folks to reach out to us, either myself or our partner funding email address, partnerfunding@crwcd.org, to set up that pre-application conversation. And then ultimately, we have application materials that folks can submit to be considered for funding. So that is my quick overview, and I will stop sharing my screen so I can see everyone again, but I'm happy to answer any questions and open it up to Andy or Zane to add anything I might have missed.
Okay, let's check in. Andy or Zane, any additional points you want to make, and then we'll go to commissioner questions.
No, I think Amy covered our program pretty well. There are a lot more details, as you can imagine, but trying to keep it at a reasonable level to digest for you all. But certainly happy to talk about anything you're interested in.
Okay, questions from commissioners. Steve.
Thank you, and thank all of you from the River District for being here today. I wish I could be in person with you sometime soon, hopefully. The Basin Roundtable has been hearing projects that, with the funding from the CWCB, and it sounds like some of these might be similar projects, like headgate improvements or ditch piping projects or different things like that. How will the River District be coordinating with CWCB funding that they have available in moving forward on these projects? Will some projects be funded by both entities?
Absolutely, that's a great question, and we coordinate with CWCB frequently to again be a matching source for those programs, whether it's Basin Roundtable funding or their other grant programs. And so the River District communicates with the CWCB in multiple ways. We have representatives that sit on the various roundtables to be a conduit for projects, and then I think we do expect that the community funding partnership will often align with projects that are also funded by the Basin Roundtable, which allows us to stretch our dollars further, allows Basin Roundtable to stretch their dollars further. And so I do think CWCB is an important partner for us and an important communicator to work together on projects.
And Commissioner Childs, I would just add that one of the really important things from our perspective with this program is that while we recognize that $4.2 million a year is quite a bit of funding, in the overall scope of water projects, it's unfortunately a drop in the bucket. And so it is our commitment to our voters that we will leverage those funds on every application that comes through. And so we are requiring applicants to not only have their own money and contributions in the process, but we're asking them, and actually with Amy's experience, and I just want to say, Amy, one of the things she did at working at the state previously was run some of the CWCB's grant programs. So her experience and understanding of that is really critical, because what Amy's able to do and the rest of our staff is help identify areas for project proponents where they can leverage state, federal, and private foundation money to help really multiply the local funds into these projects. And so that was part of why we were so excited to have Amy join the team, is that knowledge and that ability. So hopefully that helps.
Okay, Michaela, can you move Francie over as a participant or panelist, please? And then, are there other questions? Yeah, I have a few.
I think I have.
Okay, I'll dive in. Have you rejected anybody yet? That's also telling info.
That's great. Amy, you want to take that?
Yeah, thank you. We have not formally rejected any applications, but again, we work with folks early on, and one thing I didn't mention is we're not reimbursing at this point for completed projects, and the reason behind that is we want to be involved with communities and projects early on. We want to be at the table, again, to help shape these projects and either help, again, identify how to make them multi-purpose, identify other funding opportunities. So we are in close communication with probably, I think our list is about 45 potential water projects that are at varying stages. And so we really work with them on, here's the right opportunity to submit an application to either our program or additional funding opportunities. So we really work with folks at every stage in hopes of really having no surprises of actually rejecting an application. But we do have certainly a process for that should it occur.
And then I have a couple more questions, I guess, and I'll just sort of wrap them together, take them how you want. But is when you're thinking about this, are you thinking, strategically or opportunistically, or and then how do you grade the applications along those lines? And is the River District, and then I guess another question is the River District going to use the funding for any River District projects? Yeah, those are some questions for you.
Those are again really great questions, and I'll try and answer answer them all, but let me know if I miss a piece. So again, we operate on a rolling application basis, which is pretty unique for a grant program. And so we have $4.2 million annually, but we aren't required to spend that absolutely every year. I really don't think we'll have a problem doing that, but the intention is that every project we fund, we're confident that it is in alignment with the River District's mission. It's meeting our multi-purpose objectives. It's demonstrating how communities are really adapting to a drier future. So for every application, again, we first work with them on a pre-application basis where we can ask questions, we can recommend maybe features to make their project more competitive or more in alignment with the River District's mission. We have a staff analysis process. So once we have an application in the door, we work through the staff analysis process that is laid out in the framework that is on our website and was presented to the River District Board. So we look at different pieces from the project budget and how it's leveraging partners to the technical aspects of a project to, again, how does it align with the River District's mission. So we have multiple internal staff that go through that staff analysis process, and then we bring it internally through our own leadership, and then ultimately to either our general manager or the board for approval. So again, rather than sort of ranking projects against each other, we're really focused on how does this advance the River District's mission. In terms of the River District supporting our own projects, the Yampa releases from LCAD is an example where the River District is essentially the project proponent. And so for each of those applications, we will bring them to the River District Board for approval. We felt like that was the best route to make sure that we did our due diligence for those types of projects and situations, that ultimately, whether those applications are under $50,000, that they will always go to the River District Board of Directors for approval. And I'll pause there. I feel like I missed one piece, but maybe Andy wants to.
Yeah, Amy, maybe I can just chime in on that. I think, Commissioner, I heard you ask if we'd rejected any applications, and I would say that, to my knowledge, we haven't rejected an application that was formally submitted. We have, in fact, discouraged a number from applying, and I'll give you one example. It was a professor from out of state who was focused on setting up a water market in the state of Colorado to trade water out of state, and wanted us to help fund that, and that did not align with our mission, and we informed him that we would not assist him in that, and not to bother applying for our funds. So that's just an example of that. That's a pretty easy one for us to reject and not approve. So with this pre-application process that we have, we're able to kind of weed out those applications before we spend a whole lot of time on it.
Sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. Other questions? I had one. Are these grants, are they like publicly accessible? Like if I wanted, or if I wanted to look at what somebody did on a ditch improvement successfully to mirror in another project, is that available information?
Sure. So we, at the outset, are certainly adding to our map all of our funded projects, and then to the extent that we can replicate good projects, we're absolutely happy to work with folks or provide the application materials, examples, all of that. I think is a great opportunity for lessons learned, and I think what we would hope to see is let's learn from each other across the district.
Other questions on this funding program? Steve?
How aligned are you with the state water plans projects which have been identified, and are you concentrating mainly on those right now, but still open to other new suggestions as they arise? I could see there are some of the river studies that are happening, for instance, on Capitol Creek where I live, which could ultimately lead to the need for building some infrastructure or doing some, ditch work or smart head gates or, some things like that, more infrastructure things. So are you open to new projects that haven't been identified so far?
I think we're always open to new projects, and we're, at this point, working in alignment with the water plan goals and objectives. And like Andy mentioned, my former employer is the state and some of those folks. So again, we see CWCB and their funding programs and their work to update the water plan as an important partner. But again, we're certainly focused on the Colorado River District mission with this funding. And so while there, are many opportunities for alignment, I think we're certainly focused on our number one goal is to make sure we're advancing the River District's mission and strategic plan. And there are of course, many opportunities for overlap. So in terms of Zane's work as well, we're certainly in alignment with how the water plan is in the process of getting updated. And I think our funding program allows us to be a partner in new ways on advancing the water plan overall as well.
And then are other river districts, do they have a source of funding like this?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and maybe if I can help define the question, we're a water conservation district, and there are 4 others in the state, and to date, none of them have gone to their voters for a funding program like this. There is a water conservancy district in the St. Vrain and Left Hand Canyon, primarily in Boulder County, that went to the ballot at the same time we did under question 7A in that area. Yeah. And in fact, they benefited, I think, from our advertisements. But nonetheless, they have it's not quite as developed of a program in terms of how the priorities are balanced. Our 5 buckets that Amy showed you earlier were something that myself and Zane worked very closely with consumptive and non-consumptive users at the statewide level in an effort to really develop a collaborative set of funding priorities that everybody from the environmental groups to agricultural groups to municipalities could support. And so those 5 buckets were developed in about a 2-year-long collaborative process that I sat on the steering committee for, and Zane participated in quite a bit. And so those buckets actually not only are in our funding program and will remain that way, they also were codified into state law for some of the water plan funding grants. And in fact, this year, you may be aware, the legislature put approximately, I think it was 15 million into additional dollars into funding the buckets at the state level for that very same 5 buckets. And so our goal really is to be aligned with the funding at the state, but I think it is important, as Amy pointed out, we also want to encourage innovation. We recognize that climate change is a reality. It's impacting our rivers and everybody from our agricultural growers to the environment, to recreational users, and we believe that we need a whole lot of innovation. We recognize that in a dynamic situation like this, our ideas and our concepts will change over time. We think the buckets are broad enough to encompass that change, but we also are very concerned about maintaining our flexibility and our ability to be responsive to communities' needs as they develop through this climate change situation. So,
Well, I would add to that one of the positive externalities that's come out of this is hopefully the district's efforts can serve as an example to other regional and local entities around the state, whether they be on the Western Slope or elsewhere, for ways to raise public dollars to invest in our water future. We've not trying to do any navel gazing here, but I think the show of support across the district was pretty profound. We had Rio Blanco County, Delta, Montrose County coming out for a tax increase to support protecting healthy rivers and modernizing agricultural delivery systems. And that's something that I think a lot of people said probably wouldn't happen. Mesa County, more than 65% of constituents there voted to tax themselves to protect their water future. And my hope is that this can serve as an example for others to follow in some of those other parts of the state that are seen as tax averse, or they'll never get on board with protecting healthy rivers. So I think it's a tribute to the understanding of water issues on the western slope by folks from Rio Blanco to Uray and from Mesa to Pitkin, but it's also just probably a signal of how serious the times are, and people are finally willing to step up and pay a little bit more on their property tax bill to help protect their rivers.
Sure. And then I just have two more questions, I guess. So this is a little tangential, but what is the preview of the gaming tax and the amount of water plan funding that
Sure.
is raising?
Last I saw it, the gaming tax looked like it was gonna produce this year about $6 million towards 6 or 7 towards state water projects. We expect that revenue to grow. The original estimates were kind of capped around $10 million a year. Those turned out to be pretty conservative. I think folks who are following that, fiscal experts who are following that more closely than I have indicated to me that they think that we're now looking at potentially as much as $20 million a year coming in a few years. Apparently our population in Colorado likes to engage in gambling. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because that water funding portion of that proposition, the sports gaming proposition, the way the water funding got attached to that was through that collaborative group that I referenced that Zane and I participated in. That the gaming world was pushing for sports betting, and frankly they needed a good cause to help them get that passed, and the water community through that collaborative group stepped up and contacted them and said, hey, don't attach transportation or what some of these other priorities, attach water to it, we can help you. And with that, that's where those 5 buckets were developed and implemented through that gaming tax. And really, so it's they're not, and I will stress, those buckets, the language in the buckets in the statute and are not identical to the river district. We did modify them to really meet the West Slope priorities, but that's really, there's a lot of collaboration that went on there to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction.
I would just note that group was originally just formed as a water plan funding kind of brainstorming or stakeholder group to come up with ideas, and they looked at bottle taxes, they looked at additional sales taxes, they looked at a variety of measures, and ultimately the Proposition DD gaming revenues. That opportunity came up when the then majority leader and now Speaker of the House, Alec Garnett, decided to champion it. It is only a down payment and a rather small down payment on the water plan at that. You know, if we end up averaging $10 million a year, that's 10% of our funding gap annually
right.
for the state water plan. So
Right.
it's I would encourage the county, to the extent that you have the available staff or resources, that water plan funding group has now been rebranded and is a much bigger, all-inclusive group. It's rebranded as For the Love of Colorado. They're open to participation from water stakeholders from all 4 corners of the state, and I do find that it's a productive and efficient use of our time to get together statewide and talk about opportunities to educate Coloradans on the water challenges facing them, the importance of funding the water plan, and some, I would say, policy advocacy in there as well, that again is aimed at funding the state and ensuring that we are able to continue biting off a chunk at a time of funding towards the water plan. So.
Okay, great, thanks. And I guess my last question, and we do have 2 other topics to move on to, but I'd love a preview of the equity statement, because, our interest, Pickens County, we sort of wanted those buckets codified into the language, and, it's fine that we don't prevail. I really appreciate the effort to honor the spirit of that and the diligence in putting that into the principles for grant making. So I'm just curious, because, we're probably most interested, we're interested in all of it, but, you know, the protecting fish, wildlife, recreation, for the benefit of water quality and quantity. You know, I'm just curious how you're gonna look at that, because costs to like do riparian watershed are significantly less than costs to pipe ditches and, you know, build dams and repair dams and things like that. So I'm just curious as to, when you're thinking of equity, how that balances out. And I do think equity is the right word to use in trying to achieve that.
Well, maybe, Commissioner, if I can take a stab at answering that, and then maybe Amy can pick up where I leave gaps. I think, as you will recall, going into the ballot question, our board, when they put the ballot on the, when they put the question on the ballot, they also endorsed a document that was our, you know, fiscal implementation plan, and it laid out those 5 buckets. After November 3rd, we met a month later in a special meeting, and the board passed a framework that absolutely commits to those 5 buckets and the other elements of not only the precise ballot question, but the actual implementation plan. So they you know, we have that very strong support from the board, and in that the equity principle when it comes to the 5 buckets is very clear that it will be substantially equal over time on a 5-year rolling average. And recognizing that in some years, and I would just point out this year, we've actually committed $1 million in funding out of the $1.5 million that we've committed so far to the Colorado Connectivity Channel. So that's a bypass channel around the Windy Gap Reservoir. The Windy Gap, for those of you who aren't so familiar with it, is up in Grand County, and it was built in the mid-'80s by the municipal sub-district for Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. It's part of a trans-mountain diversion that takes water out of the Colorado under Rocky Mountain National Park and to the northeastern Front Range municipalities. Frankly, that was a disaster to allow that reservoir to be built on channel. It destroyed the connectivity, the biological and ecological health of the river, and as part of a firming project where they were trying to increase their ability to export water from the basin, we engaged in a very lengthy negotiation with Northern and ended up with something called the Windy Gap Intergovernmental Agreement, by which Northern and the West Slope and all of the counties affected by it committed to building this connectivity channel. And so it's turned out the connectivity channel is a $23 million project. So when it comes to river health, I would say river health can be really expensive if you allow the infrastructure to, pardon my language, screw it up first. So as in the words of our Mesa County director, when we approved this funding this year, it's expensive to pay for the sins of the past. Mm-hmm. And that's really what that project is about, is reconnecting the river. But that, we contributed $1 million out of a total of $23 million. So it's not huge from the overall scope. It's really imperative, though, that we do that and we view the world through that lens of how you keep these rivers healthy, especially knowing that in times of decreasing water supply, often the first hit is experienced by the environment. Consumptive users often take everything they can. We're seeing that this year with our trans-mountain diverters in not only above Aspen, but we're seeing that on the main stem of the Colorado. We have been trying to work with all of them to get them to cut their diversions. We've been successful on the Colorado River with Denver Water and to some extent Northern and the municipal sub-district to reduce their flows. But it's a battle, as I know this county knows well from its experience in those disputes. But I think that the key is in our commitment, the balance is equal over time, or substantially equal over time. It may not be to the dollar, and it's over that 5-year period. And so Amy has developed some graphics and spreadsheets to track all of that, and we think we'll be able to achieve that. And I think, you know, there are some large infrastructure and productive agriculture projects that have large price tags attached to them. I think there are also some watershed health projects, preventative measures to protect water supplies for our West Slope cities that will also cost quite a bit of money. When you're talking about proper forest health management and those kind of things, as is included in our watershed health bucket, those are some pretty pricey price tags on there. And just as a way of kind of explaining some of our work, Amy, Zane, and myself have been very involved in working with our federal delegation on the stimulus bills and on these bills that are hopefully working their way through Congress right now, to make sure that there's funding available for all 5 of our buckets, so that when certain interests are pushing just hard infrastructure, we're in there saying, well, that's okay, but you also have to push watershed health and preventative fire measures and healthy river efforts. And so natural infrastructure is one of those things that we push for in inclusion within the federal legislation. So we have our own funding, but we're really conscious of how important it is to make sure that we can get exponentially more money from federal and state funds on these issues. So.
I might just add on the equity question, thank you for bringing it up. I see it as one of the more interesting pieces of my role and also one of the more challenging pieces. And so I think to meet our equity targets, we have a rolling application basis, which lets communities come to us and lets them tell us what their needs are. But to meet the equity targets, it's going to take some intention and some foresight on myself and our team. And so we are working on our conversations with potential applicants for projects next year or the next couple years. And so the equity targets are always on the back of our mind of how are we going to balance all of these needs, and how are we going to either intentionally reach out to communities across our district to meet those targets geographically, or how are we going to, like Andy said, really know of the different projects that are going to make sure that our 5 buckets are substantially equal over a 5-year period. So we are working on just opportunities to showcase how we're doing on our equity targets, but it's certainly an exciting, but also will be an interesting challenge to meet those commitments as we go.
Okay, thank you. All right, any final questions? John or Laura, or any, you want to weigh in? Or Laura, go ahead. Sorry if I missed you.
No,
Sorry.
you're all good. I hadn't put my hand up yet. So Amy, I'm hearing that you guys are doing a lot of sort of consulting with applicants through their pre-application process. I think probably trying to leverage the district's in-house resources. Do you guys anticipate adding additional either in-house or consulting resources that have expertise in ecological functioning and some of, the biological background, given that there's a lot of engineering expertise at the district?
Andy, did you want to take the question about how we're,
Sure.
we have a lot of new staff at the River
Sure.
District,
I
and
can
so
take
I
that.
think we have expanded our team in a more holistic manner, and
Yeah.
so maybe you want to take that
Sure,
one.
I'd be happy to take it. First, I want to say, many of you may remember in our commitment to the voters, we said that we would not use this money to expand our staff. So we're capped at 22 full-time equivalent employees. But when I came on to the district 3.5 years ago, one of the things the board and I identified in the interview process was that we had a very foreseeable significant wave of retirements going to be occurring within the next 3 or 4 years. That's happened, or is in the process of happening. So, for instance, Amy's position didn't exist at the district before. What we did was move a full-time equivalent out of the communications department over to this new position so that we could maintain those 22 employees but keep that functioning extremely well. We've recently hired additional engineering staff who do have experience. We hired Raquel Flinker from the city of Aspen, in fact, their engineering department, who to help us with some of the issues you're identifying. But I would say that we will probably depend significantly on outside expertise in terms of some of the natural infrastructure. We've identified a number of engineering firms that for instance, have done some great work on natural infrastructure, and Zane and I were in fact talking about that on the way up here today with one of our NGO partners about identifying these folks and getting them under contract to work with them on some of the projects that we see coming through, including some in Pickens County. And so we're excited about that opportunity. We are unlikely to, or I shouldn't say unlikely, we will not add additional staff members, but we're certainly willing to expand our expertise in that, probably through contracting.
And the last piece I'll add is I think in our pre-application conversations, this is where we can leverage our partnerships with additional folks, so we can say, hey, have you talked to this person at Trout Unlimited? Let me connect you and get their thoughts on this project. Or, the conversations earlier with how we're working closely with CWCB, we can, say, hey, do you know their watershed restoration folks? They have additional dollars that might be able to match for your program, but additional staff that may be able to assist as you get your projects going. So I think that's also another key piece of our pre-application meetings, and how we can, use our lean team at the River District to really gain some additional support and expertise amongst our partners.
Okay, great, thank you. I do want to move us along to the next topic on our list, which is to just have a discussion related to the IPP, which I'm forgetting what that stands for, but I'll just, for our board, I'm sure the River District is very intimately aware of all of this, but there's an update to the water plan that's happening that the roundtable has been engaged on, and I've reported back to you about sort of the status of that. And so the list that I called out and turned into a PDF was for the Roaring Fork Valley submittals to an update to the water plan. And I just kept kind of the columns that I thought were easiest to read and provided the most relevant information. I can always pull up the spreadsheet that has more information if anyone's curious about, the quantities of water that the project is related to, or the cost estimates, etc. And so for that list, there's 4 different tiers, tiers 1 through 4, and those are kind of a sum basis of how the project hits the goals of the water plan, and also where it's at in its implementation stages. So one of the columns is the implementation stage of, is it, you'll see implementing, so that means that the partners that are listed are actually pursuing that work, yet still have more work to do, planned, and so there's definite effort underway to bring that project to fruition, or concept, which means it's, we want to include it in the water plan, but there hasn't been any on the ground work to sort of get it off the ground yet. And then you'll also see either withdrawn or completed. And so that just notes projects that have been completed since the last rendition of the water plan. And some of these submittals come from partners all over the Roaring Fork Valley, and you'll recognize, I think, all of the names from the West Divide District to Pickens County, who have proposed projects for inclusion on the list and have provided all the various details. And so Laura and I worked together to update the past submissions from Pickens County and identify any new ones, and that's why our names are listed next to that. So a bit of an update both for the board to look at where the water plan update is at, and then also a way for us to have a conversation related to where we might have shared priorities. And I'll just sort of open it up if there's any questions about what you're seeing right now before we dive into the conversation, if board members have any questions on what was in your packet. Okay. Yeah, Steve.
So I'm seeing 2 lists. One is the one that SGM put together, which is the highlighted projects. Some of them were from 2015, some from 2020. Then there's a more extensive list in our packet that has all of the projects listed. and has a little bit more information on the specifics of what the project entails.
Let's see.
And those seem to be only, no, there are 2020 ones there too, so it's both 2015 and 2020. So are the 2020 ones new? They were new additions to the Colorado Water Plan, the amendments to it in 2020, is that correct?
Yeah, they weren't in the 2015 plan. And so, and again, the water plan is in draft stages right now. It hasn't been formally adopted, but SGM is acting as the consultant to put it together for our roundtable, and that's why their name is on the, you know, all the reports and everything.
What page of the packet are you looking at?
You know, I look at
Then
mine
the little
differently than you,
summary-
so I'm not
The
sure.
summary has Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects.
Right.
I don't know if it has all the Tier 1 and all the Tier 2 and none of the 3 and 4. Is that what that shortened list is?
Yep.
Just the Tier 1 and Tier 2?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions to clarify what you're looking at?
I'm not looking at it. So Steve, what page are you looking at?
You're muted, Steve. You're muted, Steve.
In the packet, starting on page 163, is the full list of all the Tier 1 through Tier 4 projects. And then on page 76 of our packet is just the highlighted ones.
Yeah.
Which maybe we're going to concentrate more on just the highlighted ones for today. Is that right, Kelly?
We can look at both. You know, because it's a concept in the water plan doesn't prevent Picken County from moving it forward of our own. It just affects how it interacts with the water plan funding. All right. So with that, I guess I would turn to the River District, you know, because we were hoping to maybe identify some of these projects of shared interest. And so I'm curious as to your, you know, reaction to this list and how you think that this aligns with the funding partnership program and also, you know, the River District goals.
Yeah, make sure my mic's on. So in the SGM, the master list, we just went through and sorted by submitter and noted those submitted by you and Laura, Kelly, and I was excited to see these. I think most of these align with the work we're hoping to do on the western slope. I think some of the conceptual ideas for Grizzly and Lost Man Reservoir enlargement, those are the kinds of things we would love to be involved in. There was one other that stuck out to me on the list of canceling conditional Trans Mountain diversions, or those conditional rights. I think I'm obviously not on our legal team, but I would say that's in line with our vision of and our desire to protect West Slope water and keep it on the western slope. The Capitol Creek Flow Efficiency Improvement Project also stuck out as something that where our CFP dollars may be able to assist. So yeah, all in all, I was impressed by the list. I think Kelly, you and Laura did a great job of putting these together, and I think they certainly mark a lot of the boxes that where the district is hoping to pursue projects of this type and expand our role working on these kinds of projects, not just in Picken County, but throughout the western slope. So I would welcome an opportunity. I think I saw somewhere near 6 or 7 on that master list submitted by Commissioner McNicholas Curry and or Laura. Not sure if any of those rise to a certain level of priority for the county, but we'd welcome as much additional input that we can get from you on those.
Any feedback from board members? As you've all had an opportunity to look at the list. Steve?
There are 2 projects that are listed, I think, as Tier 3, which is the enlargement of the Lost Man Reservoir and enlargement of the Grizzly Reservoir. which I always thought those would be a good alternative to the city of Aspen for emergency storage supply. Since they gave up the Castle Creek and the Maroon Creek projects and have this, what I think is kind of a dubious water storage thing down in the vicinity of Woody Creek, which I don't know how much water they'd be able to store there, but in my way of thinking, like an irrigator, you're better off storing water upstream from where you need it and be able to let it go by gravity flow down to where you need it. So, I mean, I would love to see those two projects get a little higher priority on the whole scheme of things, because I think they're very important. I wish the city of Aspen would kind of redirect their energy towards those rather than their Woody Creek project.
Okay. And John or Laura, I know you guys might have any, these have been in the concept stage for many, 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 many years. So I don't know if you have any insight on conversations related to them.
I think, everything's been ongoing. There's been a number of conversations that are occurring at a variety of levels. I think the city was going through a process that Pitkin County participated in where some of these discussions were being had. I can't say there's been substantial discussions the last couple of years. I think probably because the last year and a half looked a lot different than we all anticipated it was going to. I think we've had some discussions with entities on both the east and the west slopes about what's realistic, because water users that are associated with particular projects are owned by east slope entities, and expansion maybe doesn't look like the easiest sort of thing, but when you start talking about, if you're looking at any sort of storage project, Zane had referenced to the expansion of Lost Man and the expansion of Grizzly. Anytime you're talking about storage, I think the first step is what already exists, right? Because the ecological sort of impacts that occur from new storage projects are so substantial. And so have you really looked at the engineering that's associated with any kind of expansion before you're putting any new project on the table? And I can tell you the initial scoping for both Lost Man and Grizzly suggests it's going to be really, really difficult, right? Like, this is not a place where you would naturally perhaps put any sort of storage structure, but it already exists. So I think more engineering and scoping on that is certainly things that will come in the future. But again, it all depends on partnerships and work that we've created with entities that exist over on the East Slope, Twin Lakes. We've had a working group with them for a couple of years that is ongoing with water that Pitkin County obtained through the BOCC settlement, in addition to the 3,000 acre foot release that occurs with the Fry Arc project. And so that working group, I think, has been designed to have conversations not only about exactly how much water is being released, but how do we work together and some of those sorts of things.
Patty?
Yeah, two things. As far as Grizzly, we did go up there and tour it, and the topographic challenges were significant, but it's also a fun place to get to go tour.
Yeah.
So we went at an incredible time of the year. But I'm going to ask Laura and Kelly, do you see any priority in any of these projects? For me, it's a matter of sometimes it's timing, sometimes the issue pops up and we can take advantage of that. But since you guys were more involved in the creation of these projects and put them on the list, what do you guys think rises to the top?
Well, I can say one of the things Kelly and I really struggled with is the paradigm that's created by the Colorado Water Plan. So when you're determining what tier a project falls within, the criteria doesn't necessarily match the what we would in Pitkin County consider a top tier priority. So I think that's something that we struggled with. So it's working within the water plan system and maybe also considering how we'll support this using Healthy Rivers and Stream dollars, and perhaps leveraging some of the district's money with their program as well, that may be outside of the water plan.
Yeah. And I would say, you know, I mean, I sort of looked to what we've heard from our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board about some of the priorities as well. So looking at the work related to the Riverfront Park in Carbondale, but not just the restoration of the park, the actual looking at like the water, you know, in the ditches that feed down into that, and like how do we, you know, the interest there from our board that we heard was, you know, how do we preserve the quality and quantity, and why aren't we working on you know, focusing more on quantity issues there. So like that was something for me that stood out as a priority. And then the riparian restoration efforts further down the Crystal that open space is working on, that's presented in here, I think is, you know, pretty ripe for collaboration, I think, would be two of the projects that most stand out right now.
Well, and I agree, I think the riparian issues, because the longer we wait, the more damage done, and sometimes we can't bring it back. But I know we have riparian priorities along, not just the Crystal, but definitely along the Roaring Fork. And with the help of Open Space and Trails, Healthy Rivers and Streams, the county, and any other partners we can gain, I think that's the way we can succeed in those areas. But yeah, it's gonna be a long summer, and we really need to keep an eye on that river, all of our rivers.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and I think, you know, we all have to acknowledge there's a conflict on internally or very present, you know, the idea with Lost Man or Grizzly, enlarging those to provide late season flows as we're getting hit by climate change is and even early season in a year like this is a great idea, but it doesn't come without an environmental cost. I mean, the wetlands surrounding Lost Man or Grizzly, the impacts of a major construction project, you know, all of those things that you know, local communities really understandably object to, and that offend many of the values that we're trying to preserve, right? So it has to be a really extensive cost-benefit analysis. It has to engage a large collaborative process, understanding that there are gonna be very different views within the community about these projects. And you know, riparian restoration, I think, other than a few extremely wealthy homeowners who would like to destroy the riparian corridor, I don't think many people would be opposed to that. Those are kind of the if you will, the low-hanging fruit that makes sense. But if we're really looking at creating a resilient future for the Roaring Fork and the Crystal and the Frying Pan, how do we do that best? And I don't pretend to have the answers. We have some suggestions. We've been experimenting with flows out of Rudai to try to help some of that in these hot, dry summers that we've had. But we certainly want to work with this board and with the Healthy Rivers Board and others to try to figure out the best solutions there. And they have to be supported by the local communities. That's just essential to us, and it's why we've written into our funding project a letter of support being required from the local county commissioners. And so we're happy to work through those. We just recognize that that's going to be a contentious stakeholder process on any of these things. And how do you develop that? How do you go about that? I think it's important for organizations, governments like ours, to try to work together on that and try to map out a strategy that might actually work.
Well, and we just tag on, and I think as part of our effort to restore habitat, at the same time, sometimes we need to look at having more water in the river to help restore the habitat and keep it. So, you know, the highs and the lows are the things that create the issues for our habitat. So it all comes combined. And as far as getting community support for major construction projects up Independence Path, trust me, we know in this community that we need that support and how difficult that support can be to gain sometimes. So, but thank you.
Well, no, I just saw those two examples as I was glad to see those coming from the county. As I see those kinds of projects, whether they're feasible or not, and whether we could ever get community buy-in. It's that kind of thinking that how do we utilize the assets we have, improve the assets we have to help all of our water users and all of those interests that are reliant on healthy flowing rivers adapt to a hotter, drier future.
Right.
So.
And I think that when we look at North Star and the efforts at North Star, not just for the habitat improvements and maintenance of the habitat, but also what that does when we protect that area up there as far as water flow, how important it is. I mean, it's nothing more exciting than when people are out paddleboarding across North Star because there's water everywhere, which we aren't going to see this year. And it's so helpful for, the fauna and flora up there, so it's key. And if only we could have a little more control over that, which I think that is one of the goals.
We would definitely share that goal.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, and Patty, right now, flows on the Roaring Fork this week have been in, the 180 range. I can tell you 45 of that is releases that are happening because of how it's been negotiated with Twin Lakes. So when the community is seeing water in the river, a significant amount of it is water that's being bypassed because of work that's been done historically to have that flow occur on the Roaring Fork this
Right.
time of year.
And I can hear it from my house, so I know when that river comes up, especially about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, It wakes me up and I know the river's coming up a little bit, and it's always a good feeling.
Well, and I would like to understand a little bit, and I'm sorry, Zane, then I'll go to you, but, one of the things that came up, and April Long was just here, she left, I'm sorry I didn't get to acknowledge her, but, there was a group that SGM pulled together to update the water plan, and Laura and I were on that call, and April was there and others, and there was really a gap in representation from our agricultural users. And, we're having a conversation at the board level about possibly putting together an agricultural advisory board on multiple topics, but it became clear to me that, we had recreation and environmental voices, and we had the municipal use, and we don't have a lot of industrial, so that was sort of not that important, but we have no real agricultural voice, and so that's a gap for us. So I don't know kind of what the status of your relationship is with the agricultural water users in, the Roaring Fork and the Crystal, and kind of how we all start having a conversation about what their priorities might be for some of these projects, and looking at efficiencies in agriculture. And you might have a better hand on the pulse of that than I think we do.
What you're running into is something we run into across the district. And it's that agricultural water users tend to work all day and much of the night. They don't have time to come to meetings. They don't have paid staff that like environmental groups or cities or river districts to send to meetings like that. And so I can tell you, I just going back to my prior legal career, I represented a lot of agricultural users in the southwest area of the state. And I would have to gather a whole bunch of them together in a coalition to pay me to go to meetings as an attorney in order to give them a voice. And this is just an example. We've got a stakeholder group that we put together to study demand management and what our community wants to see. And we brought water users from the industrial and the commercial, or industrial and urban water provider community, as well as agricultural community. And we've had a series of what's now probably 10 meetings.
And environmental.
And the environmental community, excuse me, yeah. And what we found is that the ag users are dropping off the meetings. They're too many, they're too long, they have to go do work. They may be, earlier in the season they were calving, now they're haying, now their ditches are going dry, and they've got to be working on their control of their irrigation at all times. They've got, it's really hard to take time out of a working agricultural operation and pay attention to this stuff. And I view that as an obligation that if you recognize that, it's an obligation that the River District and frankly Picken County and others have to figure out how to provide a voice and get that input and make sure that their priorities are being met. Even on our water, our community funding program, the number of applicants and the number of pre-consultation meetings for non-consumptive water users and river health and forest health are way higher than coming in from the ag community, because they don't have time. They don't have the time to read through our webpage and to listen and understand what we're providing, to go to meetings or to spend the time communicating. And so we are doing a lot of outreach with agricultural groups. And specifically, I would say, you raise a good point, Commissioner. We need to do a better job here in the Roaring Fork and in the Crystal to work with them. There's, I don't want to oversimplify it, but the way I look at our ag users in western Colorado, we have the traditional multi-generational families that really don't have the time to do this. And then we have kind of the coastal billionaires who own quite a bit of our agricultural land. And how do we get both voices at the table to make sure that ag community is represented and their needs are met? And we're certainly willing to participate and even design processes to do that, because I think it's definitely, we look at that as a very important constituency. We frankly value what is today the buzzword ecosystem services of the agricultural community and what they do to help provide wildlife habitat and late season return flows to the river. We also value, frankly, their senior water rights, the pre-compact water rights that help us keep water flowing westward. So how do we keep those operations profitable, functional? How do we help them stay in business? And a lot of the work we're doing in the River District is trying to figure that out and help them. So we're happy to help in this valley in particular, but probably need some help from you and others.
Sure,
Well,
no, I appreciate that.
Can we
Yeah.
talk about the one on here about the Crystal River irrigators? Because I thought that they began this program, it just says planned, and I thought they did this last summer. They had an agreement, I know, between Sewell and Fales, for instance, that they would alternate days for using their water. And I'm just wondering, where does this stand and where is that going? And is Tom Bailey part of that? And now Wexner, who is looking into buying possibly the Flying Dog and has his own water rights at his current place. So I'd be curious to know where that is. And also, I don't know who Heather Levine is.
If I may clarify, are we speaking to the creation of legal authority to use agricultural efficiencies?
I'm looking at Crystal River Irrigators Coordinated Effort to Maintain In-Stream Flows.
I don't have that in front of me.
It's, let's see.
I can share my screen and pull it up.
Yeah, that'd be great, thanks.
Apologies.
Oh, no worries, all good. Okay.
I mean, because we're all very aware of what happened to Crystal last year and
Of course.
what it looked
Yeah.
like. And even with cooperation, I know, between some of them, but I think, visually, it's pretty clear that Tom Bailey uses more water than anybody else and shoots it out under incredible pressure. And I don't know whether the intention is to include him in this and how do we do that? Talking about coastal billionaires.
Yeah.
So, although he's a Denver billionaire, but, so I just would like to know, how can we make that happen more? Because obviously the Crystal is pulling out more water than is going downstream.
For sure, and I can't speak specifically to the Wexners or Tom Bailey's involvement. I do know that, and I haven't caught up with the Water Trust in a little while on their efforts, but they had seen some small successes in getting some of those agricultural water users to coordinate. So far as I know, those efforts are ongoing. And I think that's actually, it's tied to another item submitted on the list by Kelly and Laura, related to creating legal authority to use agricultural efficiencies for non-consumptive uses. And we've seen flexibility in the state statutes that allow folks like Bill Fales to participate and donate some of his water to the in-stream flow program. The River District, our board unanimously supported an effort by Senator Kerry Donovan and Representative Dylan Roberts to expand the state's in-stream flow loan program, more than tripling the length of a donor to participate in that in-stream flow loan program. So I think there's a number of examples you can point to where there's progress being made. I think for those of us that live on or near the Crystal, it's a question of, is it enough? And I don't know that I can speak to that either, so.
So what do you know about that, Laura? Do you know?
I have no knowledge that Tom Bailey has any interest or has otherwise participated in anything of that nature.
And Commissioner, I would say, I mean, Heather Lewin is with the Roaring Fork Conservancy, and so that's where
Oh,
that,
thank you.
that effort is
Oh,
coming
okay.
from.
Thanks.
And, you know, we work pretty closely with them on a number of things. I'm actually gonna be at their board meeting 2 days from now, maybe tomorrow, so I'd be happy to ask a little bit more about that and get back to you on it and, you know, see what they're looking for. I do think, especially in you know, you know, some of, what I understand, some of those water users that have been identified as potentially problematic or maybe just using a significant amount of water, they've been getting, frankly, as a lawyer, I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus, but they've been getting legal advice from council that says they should be using all of their water, and they're very aggressive about it. You know, over time, legal counsel changes and perspectives change. I think that organizations like ours could hopefully make some headway into helping people realize that they don't actually have to take every drop during a drought, and that they can leave water in the stream. You know, we see that cooperative efforts, really, I mean, historically, as I think you may be aware, by the multi-generational families during droughts have done a great job in water sharing, and at least in between themselves on many of our river systems within the district. Oftentimes, newer folks who come in, you know, they get very aggressive legal counsel that says, take everything you can. I think we need to open the door and start really pushing that dialogue in a way that is not hostile to them, but is helping them understand how they can contribute. It's a little bit like and I'll just draw an analogy to Eagle River Water and Sanitation District had been raising their rates significantly in a tiered structure to try to discourage wasteful water use. And they were finding that they had almost no impact on people who owned the multi-million-dollar homes in their service district. And that the people who were paying for that never saw the bills. So what they did is they then went out and found the biggest water users on their residential units, took pictures of their landscaping and their neighbors who used a third or less of the water, took it to the people when they were in town, so did the legwork to figure out when the actual owners were in town, brought it to them and said, do you really need to use this water? You're taking water out of the streams that you need to fly fish in, that you value, that's why you own this property. They've been incredibly successful in targeting those users and bringing that water down. And so what I think we need to do with these ag users that you're talking about is actually talk to them one-on-one, you know, in a way that's not confrontational, that gets them to understand the value of that collaboration, that cooperation, and that voluntary effort, making sure that they can preserve their water rights. We've got a number of ways under state statutes that would allow that. I think there are ways to get that cooperation. It may take change in their legal counsel, and which may occur just due to natural factors. But that's where I would hope that we can head. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's an effort that I think we should all pay attention to.
And who do you see as having those conversations with Wexner and Bailey and those guys?
You know, I'd be happy to be part of those conversations. I think I think it'd be really important, and I think we can make headway into that. If that's something that the county's interested in working with us on, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
I'm going to look to Laura and John. Any input on this topic or others?
I asked Laura while you were in the
Oh, good.
bathroom.
Okay, thank you. I've been chugging coffee and water all morning. So
I'm just gonna jump in.
Patty
You
and
know,
then Steve.
I think what you just, with the example you just gave us over it is pretty impressive. And if it's working, it's extremely impressive. Another quick example, I think it's 4 Mile Creek that drops in at the park that we are helping to fund on the Roaring Fork. There's absolutely no water in it, not a trickle, not a drop. And it would be interesting to take photographs of that, take it upstream, and show it to the people who are, you know, and just say, I mean, I've never seen it totally dry. Usually there's some little trickle somewhere in between the rocks. Absolutely nothing.
Where is this, Patty?
4 Mile Creek, where it drops into the Roaring Fork. There's a park that they're working on improving right there. Bike path comes down from above off of Midland. It comes through there where there's a lot of construction going on right now. That it's totally dry. I should have taken a photo. I didn't have my phone with me. But I think those examples, and proof is in the pudding, and bringing them back is, if it's working, it's a great way to start over here. And if it works, so be it. If it doesn't, at least we gave it a try, so.
Yeah.
Steve, and then I'm going to move us along to our last topic.
I just wanted to give a little bit of a update on the Capitol Creek project. The Lodic hydrological people did the study, like a baseline study last summer during more the peak flows of the creek, and then later on when it was low flows in the creek. So they got kind of baseline information. Capitol Creek is very similar to the Crystal River, where there's a hole in the river where all the water basically has been taken out for irrigation. And then the return flows start coming back in, but that leaves a stretch of the creek that's, basically, just a trickle of water, if anything, in there, and very bad for any sort of aquatic species trying to make a living in that part. So it has a lot of similarities to the Crystal River, where it's essential to get the ditch users to cooperate to leave some water in the creek is really a lot of the solution. So I just wanted to point that out, that, it is, the caucus has been, Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus has been funding that so far, but, and making some progress on it, but it's a really tricky situation, just like on the Crystal River, to ultimately solve it.
All right, thanks, Steve. And I appreciate you bringing that project to our attention so we could include it on the water plan. Thank you. Okay, so I have heard I think we've all heard some things where we think we can move forward in further conversation on some specific topics. So I think this has been really productive. Thank you. And our last topic is the discussion related to augmentation needs in the Crystal River. And so just for the board's reminder, I had included in our packet the grant application that the River District brought to the roundtable to study the augmentation needs in the Crystal River. And we had prior conversations related to that some of those, that there are some residential wells and HOAs that do not have augmented water use as a concern, and the River District came to the roundtable requesting funding to support researching that problem, and I think identifying opportunities to solve it or possible paths forward. At the roundtable, Pickens County and some other reps on the board had requested some narrowing of that grant, which did not prevail, but nonetheless, here we are. So we'd love to hear how what your research has found, and what you're communicating to the folks over in the Crystal about.
Yeah.
About
and
it.
if I may share my screen, I've
Please
got
do
just
so.
a little bit of background and a map I've got more slides than we have time to go through, but I think it might be worth us trying to at least look over some of the key findings of that quantification effort. And I'm not seeing, okay, join as panelist. Share screen. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so this is one second, apologies. Okay, so again, I'll try to fly through some of this. Some of it's pretty elementary. I do have some
I
hard
saw
copy
the hard
handouts
copies, yeah.
if you guys
Yep.
want. It'll be easier to see the map on that hard copy, I believe. But
That'd be great.
2018 was a wake-up call for water users on the Crystal River. The Ella Ditch, which is a unique large agricultural called 1902 priority date, made a call, which is unusual. I think historically we've seen cooperation amongst water users in the lower Crystal and the ability to share in loss and work together to prevent any major calls. Other than that, the only other call that we see frequently on the Crystal is that state in-stream flow call, which has a priority date of the late 70s. When the Ella Ditch call came on, the town of Carbondale, which has a very senior, it's the largest single holder of water rights on the Crystal and a very senior portfolio of water rights. But I point that out only because it was a big deal that the town of Carbondale was called out, along with the town of Marble and at least 5 subdivisions in the area.
Well, just to be clear, they weren't called out, they could have been.
Sorry, thank you.
They were out of priority.
Thank you. They were out of priority. That led the state Division 5 offices in Glenwood Springs to notify those 2 municipalities in the subdivisions that they needed a functional augmentation supply. We were asked by the State Division of Water Resources, along with West Divide Water Conservancy District, to assist our constituents in that area in trying to examine the feasibility and ultimately come up with a solution to those augmentation needs. Finally, I would note that given the hydrology we've seen on the Crystal since 2018, the Ella was short on water last year, and had it not been for, I think, a real estate transaction that was occurring and closing down there, we might have seen a call then. There's always the chance that we would see a call this year as well with the forecasted hydrology in that basin. So just a quick map that you can see: town of Carbondale to the north, Marble to the far south, and about there are 5 subdivisions listed in between. 3 of those are in Pitkin County. Just to be clear, because I do know there's been some miscommunication and some I don't know, maybe it's just rumor mill in the Crystal River Valley, but I want to be clear that we as staff have communicated with our board the parameters around our involvement here, and that is absolutely no main stem storage would be considered on the Crystal in order to address those augmentation needs. The second is that we recognize that the community in the Crystal and throughout the surrounding areas has a long-sought desire to see wild and scenic designation on that river. We don't believe any solutions to the augmentation needs should interfere with those long-sought desires. And then lastly, we see a real opportunity to do something cool here and look to think outside the box and look to some natural infrastructure or wetlands restoration opportunities that may be able to help us address some of these current needs. Given the numbers that we're going to look at in a bit, I'm certainly not a hydrologist or an engineer. I don't know that natural infrastructure could take care of all of it, but we want to prioritize that first and look at opportunities. One project that has been brought to us by members of the Crystal River Caucus and others is the Janeway project. We've had some initial, we've had our contract engineer at Colorado River Engineering look at some potential areas for aquifer recharge or natural infrastructure opportunities. We are working with American Rivers and members of the NGO community to try and find some experts out there that may have a little bit more understanding of the potential for natural infrastructure, and we're going to keep going in that direction. We would like to have somebody on contract as soon as possible to start doing some of that more deeper dive into the aquifer recharge and natural infrastructure options. As we've already covered most of this, but quickly, just kind of the 2 calls we've seen on the Crystal of late mostly have been the in-stream flow call, which occurs fairly regularly, and then the Ella Ditch, which is really the reason we're having this conversation. Many of the augmentation plans that do exist in the Crystal don't have local supplies that can replace the senior water rights on the Crystal. That's a challenge we're facing as we look to try and plan out new augmentation plans. The solutions that have been proposed by DWR, Division of Water Resource, currently is to curtail all outdoor uses when a senior local call is on. According to the new division engineer in Glenwood, that may occur this year. That is really just a stopgap measure to buy us some time, and I think the division has been good about working with these out of priority water users in the Crystal to make sure that they know that if they are pursuing a solution, they're not going to get a cease and desist order.
What does that mean, no outdoor uses? How
So-
can you have an indoor use? I don't get it.
Many of these wells that are out of priority on the Crystal that serve these subdivisions are limited in their
Or
decree,
permit, excuse me.
in their
Well,
permit to indoor and very limited outdoor use. I think what we see often is people think they've got a well on the river, they're gonna irrigate with sprinklers a half acre of bluegrass, and that's just not consistent with the permit they have from the
Okay,
division.
I get it.
So, permanent solution would be to find a local supply of water or water savings that could replace those downstream needs above the call. So, and Andy, feel free to jump in at any point, but.
Yeah, jump in there, because what kinds of local water would be available to?
Well, that's, you know, in terms of ideas, I think, again, what Zane was saying is accurate in that our preference would be to find and develop a natural recharge area or a constructed wetland, if you will, that can be engineered to properly, you fill it up at the peak of the river, and then you time the recharge into the stream to meet the depletions that are occurring, the out of priority depletions that are occurring through these domestic and subdivision wells, to allow the river, the senior users to remain whole while keeping the domestic wells in priority through that augmentation plan. And that's our preference. The other options potentially could be some very limited, and we can talk about the size of it, small off-channel reservoir in a tributary area to the Crystal that would also release water at the time the call is placed and deliver water to those senior users.
Like Prince Creek or Soapers Creek, that
Yeah,
kind of thing?
so it would need to be further up valley to meet the needs, but somewhere in there. And that there are potential options there. It could be one, it could be more than one reservoir, you know, breaking that up into, and I say reservoir, we're talking about a total, and I don't want to misquote, Zane, do you know?
We're gonna dive into that in just a minute, so
Okay.
maybe we shouldn't get ahead
Okay.
of ourselves. But I skipped out a couple of slides just to make sure you know what the demand quantification effort found. And we found about 90 structures. Our experts worked closely with the Division of Water Resources in that, and then developed a list and have been working with primarily those subdivisions.
Some of those are on shared wells, so.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And those are wells that are directly in the, I don't know what I would say, the floodplain of the Crystal River?
They're alluvial in that they draw from the river.
I think that they're actually just tributaries. They're not, they're,
Okay.
you know, all groundwater in our state is presumed to be tributary to the nearest river, unless there are certain exceptions. But those domestic wells or those subdivision wells are all tributary to the Crystal. So you pump water out to your house, you're impacting the stream. It's often a delayed impact, so that's part of the problem with these wells, is that you can't just turn off a well that's out of priority and instantly get the water back in the river. Sometimes it's depletions that occur in January that are impacting the river in August, right? And so you have to truly figure out how to retime the water to keep the river whole from those delayed depletions.
So all of these subdivisions you're talking about are right next to the river, right?
Near, yes.
I mean, it looks
I don't know
like-
that they're riverfront, but
Yeah,
yes.
they're right next to it, so
all-
they're not like way up, like Handy Drive kind of thing, up way up, that kind of place?
You know, honestly, Commissioner, I wouldn't know the answer.
That's correct. If you look at both Chair Mountains, both Crystal River Country Estates and Seven Oaks, the furthest from the river is Crystal View Heights, but also in close
Okay,
proximity.
great, thank you for clarifying.
So our experts did look at these demands and found that, you know, the highest demand, of course, is during the irrigation season, July to October. They've they did look, and I didn't include these slides because I'm not an expert on this subject, but I'm happy to share all of the information from Colorado River Engineering with council and staff and the board. But because they had looked at exchange potential to address some of these needs, and the water just isn't there during the summer irrigation months. This is, I think, the number that the final number, and you'll notice that the lion's share of the need is above the Sweet Jessup, which presents some complications just
Is this an acre
topographically.
feet total?
I'm sorry?
Is this acre feet total?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. So we're looking at a total replacement need according to our experts, and I think this is based on what we heard from the county's expert at the Crystal River Caucus meeting last October. This is generally consistent with what the county's experts found, but in the low 100s of acre feet of total replacement. Again, the lion's share is above Sweet Jessup. That presents some challenges because, you know, there are property owners that we've talked to in the lower Crystal that would consider or at least entertain a conversation about having some augmentation supply built on their mesa or on their agricultural lands. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like that would solve the lion's share of the problem. But the numbers we're looking at are a total annual amount of 113 and change acre feet, and during those, the peak season, April to October, 109 acre feet total. So the peak replacement month, as is noted on the slide, was July, with nearly 0.6 of a CFS that would be needed for replacement in the river.
So, go ahead, go through and then we'll have questions.
Yeah,
Yep.
just quickly, augmentation sources for those members of the board that may not pay attention to these issues. Looking at potential aquifer recharge, looking at a variety of other options that could use agricultural historic consumptive use credits if available, or if there were a willing irrigator. And then obviously the location needs for those types of projects would be problematic again because of the credits would have to come from uses above the calling structure. Again, without the additional maps, I'm not going to dive in too much on that, but last slide is next steps. We're going to continue to evaluate alternatives. As I mentioned, try to get some additional expertise in the realm of natural infrastructure, aquifer recharge. We're going to do our best to make sure that this effort aligns with the wild and scenic values that the community supports, and a public outreach and education campaign, as well as coordinated involvement with stakeholders, including the county. So, with that, I know we're running short on time, so I want to allow enough time for
Thank you.
questions or comments.
Yeah, this is an important topic. All right, questions for Zane? Steve?
So is the Ella ditch, is that the one that goes to Bill Fales and then on to Tom Bailey's that was Bob Perry's place?
You're thinking of the low line, I think, Steve.
Okay, I don't know which, well, I'm not sure which one the Ella ditch is, I was just curious.
The Ella,
Is this a case where traditionally the river would go down later in the summer and people would just take less water? Everybody would get less water than their water right when the river goes down. And now the person who has that water right wants to have the same amount of water all summer. Is that what is happening?
Commissioner Childs, that's an excellent question. We think that that may be happening, and maybe your council can identify that more particularly. But I do think there really, I think we have to recognize in the Crystal there perhaps is a more aggressive irrigators, some of the newer folks who bought property there. But there's also the decrease in supply that's occurring due to climate change. And so And we're seeing that throughout our district, seeing rivers that used to flow later in the season not being able to offer that to meet all the needs that have been developed on the streams. So.
And is some of it caused by more people sprinkle irrigating instead of flood irrigating, so there's less water going into the ground? Is that what's part of the root cause of it?
That's a great point, Commissioner Childs. Certainly, I think one of the things that River District has often looked at is, efficiencies in irrigation sound great. They look optimal because you divert less water, or you could, and probably should, if you put a sprinkler system in, divert less water initially. In the higher basins in Pickens County and all of our high mountain counties, our ecosystem that's grown up around, the last 120 years since we've had irrigation, that late season river flow is oftentimes augmented, or in some river basins, actually majority of the water in the river is coming from that return flow from flood irrigation. Some folks would say, the flood irrigation is mimicking the wetlands, delayed return flow from wetlands, and in many instances those wetlands were destroyed by human development. And so that irrigation is providing that late season return flow. When you switch to more efficient water distribution or application systems like sprinklers, you don't have that recharge. It should result in a higher peak flow or higher early summer flow in the rivers, because those diverters should divert less, because they are only entitled to divert what they need and not what they're wasting. But it does have an impact later in the season on the health of the river, on the volume in the river. And so our district, our board, I will tell you, has been very conscientious about not paying for sprinkler system and other efficiency projects in higher up in basins because of that return flow. On the other hand, we pay and have been involved in literally tens of millions of dollars in efficiency projects down in the Mancos Shale areas of our rivers, where you get the selenium and the salt recharge coming into the river from the deep percolation of water. So for us, it's a geographic area issue, and trying to figure that out. I'll be honest with you, I would like to see better science develop over that return flow. It's a bit of a, I don't want to, I think that there's a very practical anecdotal evidence that this is occurring. When I look for actual scientific information on the benefits of the return flow of agriculture, I haven't seen those studies that I think should exist. We are actually helping right now on a program that's going on in the Upper Colorado, studying return flows and trying to get and see if the science supports that anecdotal evidence that you and I are talking about right now.
And then, of course, there's the ground squirrels that now we have because of sprinkler irrigation. But, so the less diversion from the river, though, in the sprinkler systems, that has to compensate. I mean, unless you take too much. Like, I'm pretty sure Bailey takes everything he's allowed to and oversaturates the ground. But if he just took what he needed, and on both sides of the road soon, and everybody just took what they needed with a sprinkler system, then we should have a more consistent river flow, right? So wouldn't that more than compensate for the return from the runoff?
I think it depends. It's very site specific, I would say. Mm-hmm. A lot of times, as you know, if you look at the natural hydrograph on a lot of these rivers, to the extent we can find data pre-flood irrigation, our mountain streams really dried to a trickle because there was not a recharge. So the natural hydrograph does bottom out later in the season. We've developed, frankly, some tremendous fisheries and ecology that didn't exist before human settlement in this area. And so there's a real question for our community to say, is this something we want to support the environment we know, or we want to support the environment that was natural before we developed this area? Mm-hmm. And so I don't think in many instances, Commissioner, that if you switch to sprinklers and therefore divert less, that the water would materialize in the same way that we would want to see it in an optimal flow in the river later in the season. And I say when we want to see that, that's my own bias, and frankly, I'm a fisherman and a boater, and so I prefer to see longer flows in the rivers for those reasons, and I think we've developed an ecology and an environment that depends on that in many of our high season, high elevation streams. So how do we best do that? And I will acknowledge that that's a pretty complex question.
I mean,
can
with
I
irrigation going
jump in
so
here?
late now, it seems like, that it would affect the flow late. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That if we're pulling less out in September and early October now.
Well, and I'm gonna jump off here on Francie's, because I appreciate that there's several options here, but, I guess I was hopeful that there, and maybe you're doing this and it's not prepared, but I'd love to see like a analysis of the conservation opportunities, so that we can get to what Francie's saying about just pulling less out of the river. And so do you plan to continue to look at that question, or, I think it's a really important question for the Crystal River about like, what can we be doing to just not taking the water out and preserving it in the stream, and rather than, some of these sort of artificial, or maybe, I don't know if infrastructural, whether natural or otherwise based solutions.
Commissioner, we'd be happy to look at that, and honestly, we welcome the opportunity to work with you and your legal staff on that. I think to date, we haven't had a very successful open communication line on that, and so I know that, for instance, you guys have hired a firm who we work with and admire and respect to do some engineering analysis. We'd really like our engineers to work with the engineers that the county has hired. We'd like to work with your legal staff who's looking at this. We'd like to understand it better so that we can work together to try to find those conservation opportunities. And I think those types of opportunities require identifying the potential for them, but then developing the relationships with the water users and getting them to it goes back to that, getting them to participate in this and see it to their advantage. And I think that in order to do that, I think our organizations need to work together to get to that point, but we also then have to be able to develop the relationships with the water users, the consumptive water users that you're talking about in terms of conservation efforts. And we'd be very willing to do that. We're very interested in that. We'd love it if your staff and council would be willing to work with us on those issues. We'd be happy to do that. We'd be happy to have our current contract engineer work on that, our staff, and frankly, our some of the engineers that Zane mentioned that we're trying to enroll who are more experienced in natural infrastructure. I think there's a lot of opportunities there that should be explored, but the conservation effort is one we would very much support.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think we have that conversation here internally, and definitely our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is attuned to that. I will say, I guess I just thought that was going to be one of the outcomes of the grant, is that information would have been produced as part of this effort as well. And then I guess my final request is I'd be interested in being more aligned with your communications to the HOAs in Picken County, and just understanding like what they're receiving on the communications from you all, so that we're not surprised by that, because I know I haven't seen anything, but I know there's been conversations going on. So I think it just would be helpful for us to sort of assess how we better support our constituents along those lines as well.
If I can, I really think that the way we all better serve our joint constituents is by working together. And I don't think we've done that on this issue in particular.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah.
And so, and I'm not casting any blame on the county, or, we'll take our level or our share of the blame on that. But I think we'd really like to have that open communication with you, your staff, and your council, and have that collaboration that would result in the best possible scenario for your constituents, so our shared constituents.
Okay, great.
And if I may just note that this is only the tip of the iceberg, and as we informed council and staff at the county that, we needed to move forward with the quantification. We needed a better handle on what is the issue before we can start looking at what are the potential solutions to said issue. And that's all we have here today is just that quantification of the total need. And we would welcome, as Andy has said, the opportunity to work with the county's experts to compare notes and figure out if our folks are missing something. And yeah, to the extent of outreach to homeowners, they've received, or the HOAs have received the quantification data, but no additional outreach has been done at this point. Largely because we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to brief you all first and hopefully move forward equally yoked in some sort of outreach or communication effort with not only the HOAs, but the other stakeholders in the Crystal.
Great, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I'll be really
And
quick
we'll
because I know we're at
Close
time.
up our comments here,
But,
yeah.
I appreciate your statement and what you said about you would like it if we could, work better. I think it's a matter of we need to.
Yeah.
I mean, bottom line is, we need to open up that line of communication between all of us, so we can resolve this issue and we're all at the same table and have the same information, so I appreciate that.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Patty. I
Kelly.
appreciate that because I was going to check in with the board on all that. So, any last thoughts from board members? And then we'll turn it over for your last remarks and we'll conclude. Greg?
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for being here. This is a long time in coming, and it's incredibly important. It's great to meet Amy. Welcome aboard. One thing I think Andy mentioned, or maybe Zane, is just regarding advocacy for ag. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Do we need an advocate for ag that is somebody who can go before the CRD board, or is that an internal advocate on the CRD who will be advocating for ag in a way which it sounds as if we all agree there's a deficit, and with Andy's experience in the past? That was the first question. The second one was, do we need an ombudsman? I'm wondering, maybe this is such a great effort that I'm hoping that our communication lines will be good going forward. I did want to say one thing that I've asked, or we talked about early in the year when we reappointed our memberships, was that one of our commissioners be part of this, our CRD outreach. And Francie, I think we appointed Francie as our BOCC member for CRC. She won't be a voting member. We have John Ely for that. But Francie will be involved. And I think the reason I was so enthusiastic about that was just so that our lines of communication could be that much better and that we have a direct line. So do we need an ombudsman or more of one? And then a NAGA advocate. The last thing I wanted to say was this issue with people using a lot of water, whether they're in ag or just domestic users. We're seeing a great increase. I can anecdotally, from my own neighborhood in Brush Creek Village, we're seeing the new residents. The former second homeowners are now full-time residents, and they're using a lot of water. It's staggering. And our Metro District people are getting worried. So I think an outreach to the entire community about water conservation on the part of our county and on the part of the CRD would be a worthwhile effort. Thank you all. And if we can answer the questions at our leisure. I know we're closing down here. But thank you.
No, that's fine, Greg. Go ahead. Go ahead, answer Greg's question.
I think what I'd certainly be willing to do is have one of our technical staff be willing to work with the county to figure out how best to create that agricultural advocate. And we have I say our technical staff, our engineering staff works very closely with agricultural water users throughout the district, and so they have a lot of experience and understand the needs for our agricultural community. So we'd be happy to provide that, but I think it ought to also come, if it can, from the county. So if there's somebody on staff that we could reach out to and contact and work with, we'd appreciate that effort. I don't think we need an ombudsman from the county, but that's certainly the county's choice. I really appreciate Commissioner Francie for being there. I got to say, both the Commissioner McNicholas Curry and Francie have been at several of our educational seminars for our new directors. Hopefully you didn't find that to be a waste of time. We're really doing our best to include you guys. There is the one complex issue in that a lot of the interstate and intra-state conflict that the River District deals with in terms of water supply occurs in our executive sessions. And so unfortunately, we can't bring in a non-voting member into those executive sessions. So I feel like we're putting Francie at a bit of a handicap on that by not being able to include her in that. We definitely appreciate having more involvement. We look forward to that additional communication. And I think, there was another point, and I apologize, Commissioner Postman, you mentioned that I'm probably spacing out at the moment, so.
Well, I appreciate that. I just think really it's just outreach in general,
Right.
To the entire community. New homeowners,
Right.
second homeowners, it's super important now as we're seeing such a huge influx of people who are new and don't understand water here.
I agree, and I would say that the River District would be happy to be part of that. I am familiar with an effort that RWAPA is pursuing. I think you guys sit on that board. I believe April Long and Heather Llewellyn at Roaring Fork Conservancy are trying to get a water conservation message off the ground. Interestingly enough, they've run into a bit of resistance from some of the urban water providers who don't really seem to want to promote water conservation because they view their urban landscape in our valley as really critically important to their values. So I think we have some headway to make on that. Our district would be happy to participate in a public communication effort. And I think your point about these new second homeowners or new permanent residents, we're seeing that throughout the West Slope, and the idea that people are moving here and not understanding the scarcity of water resources and the importance of conservation is really a long-standing issue, but it's been exacerbated by the recent spurt in growth and change in residency. So whatever we can do to help on that, we'd be happy to.
And it's a statewide problem as well. If the state's going to double in population between now and 2050, we're going to have a whole lot of new homeowners and residents that don't understand on the Front Range that a good chunk of their water comes from the Western Slope and the Colorado River Basin. And we've been talking about that regularly of late just because the headwaters of the Colorado River are at a trickle because the Trans Mountain diverters are pulling more and more water over. And maybe it's time for us to do our own targeted Facebook ads in the Denver metro or Colorado Springs area. So
I've always thought we should use beer purveyors to
There you
talk
go.
about where the water comes from and how we need to conserve it.
We just hired a new public relations director who ran a what was it called?
the
Brewshed
Oregon
Alliance.
Brewshed Alliance.
She ran the Oregon Brewshed Alliance and did exactly what you're talking about in terms of water quality and quantity up there, and that's part of what made us want to hire her. So.
Cool, I like it. All right, any final comments from staff or board members?
I guess I just want to ask about at what level we can secure support for Wild and Scenic as we move forward in our Wild and Scenic efforts.
Well, I can tell you that our board is more than happy to talk about it. It's going to be a board level decision. I believe that our board will come around to a position of support. It's going to require a lot of dialogue, a lot of advocacy, a lot of information and communication. I would tell you that the Wild and Scenic effort is something that we'd really like to be engaged in because, as you know, it's a multi-jurisdictional effort with Gunnison, Marble, and Pickens County involved. Frankly, we'd even like to see Garfield County support it. How do you get to there? I think you get to there by running a very broad-based stakeholder process on Wild and Scenic. We've been involved in one in Deep Creek. We've been involved in one on the Colorado River, on the Upper Colorado River. We believe that we've got some experience that can lend itself to helping the community coalesce around what Wild and Scenic would look like and be in this. I think it's something that unfortunately one county or one municipality can't drive. It's got to be a bigger effort. So I can tell you as staff, I'm happy to allocate staff resources to that effort. Our board, I believe, will support us doing that. They have in the past. They will today. But it is going to, as you know, it's a long process. But we're willing to participate in the process. Your question was, can the River District Board support it. I believe that they will support it, but I think it's got to go through that process to
Sure,
get
of
there.
course.
So,
That's great. Thank you so much, Amy.
Yeah, and I'll just, on that topic, I'm sorry we didn't have more time to discuss it, but the campaign is envisioning a broad stakeholder process and expects and hopes the River District to be in that, very much so. So
Great.
we'll just
What
remain in
we've learned on the
conversation.
Deep Creek process is when you do have some of those vocal critics or objectors, traditionally, those are the more traditional consumptive water users in a basin. When the district has been involved in Deep Creek, for example, it gave space for some of those folks to be involved in the stakeholder process, have a not neutral, but an entity like the River District there, and kind of work with them through the process and explain to them that, there are ways through the Wild and Scenic Act to address their concerns. It's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to wild and scenic, and so I think we've seen
That's
that Deep Creek
fantastic.
process hosted by American Rivers as a great example. Of course, the Crystal is very different than Deep Creek, but as someone who has devoted a good chunk of my professional career to protecting the public lands around the Crystal River, I look forward to being involved in that process, and I think the Crystal is one of the most special places in the state, and it deserves protection.
Yeah,
So.
well, thank you. We really appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Amy.
Look forward to more conversation. And yeah, I just want to say, in my closing remarks, I really appreciate you being here today, and, giving us the time we needed to sort of set this up, but it's been very productive. I see it just as a start of more future productive conversations. And really, I hope, actually getting some of these projects that we looked at in detail ticked off the list, for improved water quality and quantity and river health. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and we ran over a little bit, but everyone, we will be back at 1:00 to resume the rest of the BOCC work
Thanks, guys.
session.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh,
Have
thank
a
you
good
so
lunch
much.
break, and
Really
thank you,
Good to see you.
Grassroots.
Okay.
All right, cheers.
Hopefully you won't have traffic going out, but one never knows.
right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 22nd. We are reconvening after our lunch break to discuss our comprehensive annual financial reporting for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2020. And we have our controller here in the room, Liz Woods. Deputy Finance Director. Ooh, all right.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Moved up in the world.
And we also have our Budget Director, Connie Baker, joining us on Zoom. So I will turn it over to Liz to kick us off, please.
All right, thank you, you guys. So I'm going to actually hand it over to our auditors. We contract with McMahon and Associates to perform our annual audit, and they will kind of go through their process and their findings, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Perfect.
So we have Paul BOCC. Sorry, I always pronounce your, yeah, okay. And then Yadira Miller with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, guys. Excited to be here, or online, I guess, but we're not that far away. I'm in Edwards, Yadira's in Gypsum. And just a little info. So we are with a firm called McMahon Associates. We're both CPAs. Yadira is actually a certified fraud examiner also. And our firm is a little unique. We pretty much only do audits, and that includes hundreds of government audits. I think at last count, we audited almost every member of CAST, Colorado Association of Ski Towns, and I think 15, maybe a little more than that, % of the counties in Colorado. So we're pleased to be here to present Pickens County. And I'm gonna kind of roll through, and if you have questions at all, please feel free to ask. I'm gonna share my screen here. I always struggle with when I have multiple screens. So I'm gonna go with this one. And you should be able to see my cursor moving.
Yeah.
There we go.
And your lovely children.
So, sorry, those are my old picture of my kids, one of my favorites. So Pickens County, this is actually our audit software. And so a lot of times I think it's a little interesting for boards to understand what exactly we're doing when we're doing a financial statement audit. So I'm just going to kind of roll through this relatively quickly, but if you have questions, let me know. So an audit consists of planning, fieldwork, and reporting. And this is our actual audit software for Pickens County. So planning is probably kind of two main things. One is understanding the internal controls. So this is all various parts of your internal control. You know, airport assessor, procurement, you know, all the way down to library. And then in each of those is a write-up of the internal controls and a walkthrough to verify that what we were told was correct. So the first goal in planning is just to understand the internal controls. Who does what, how does money come in, how does money go out throughout the county. Then we'll go through, read all your resolutions and minutes and try and understand any decisions you as a board have made. We'll go through component units, which are other entities that you have control over. So as an example, the regional dispatch is a component unit for you, and make sure we're handling those items correctly. We'll look for any related parties, and we'll compare budget to actuals. Once we're done with that, we kind of put together an audit plan, which for Pickens County consists of kind of a substantive process. So we start verifying numbers. Your team actually uploads tons of data to our website, and we've pulled it all in here. So as an example, this is kind of the cash and investment section. So we have your investment policy in here. We have, looks like a Forest Service revenue agreement. And then we go through and we have treasurer pooled cash, cash and cash equivalents, investments. So each one of these is, as an example, a work paper. So if your financial statements say you have a call trust account with 2.8 million in it, you can see we verified that and tie that back to the financial statement. So this was all done by Lillian and reviewed by Yadira. And we have balances for each, or statements for each cash balance that you have on your books.
So we want to make sure that whatever is in your financial statements is actually in the bank. It follows your investment policy. It meets state statutes. It is covered by either FDIC insurance or a thing called Public Deposit Protection Act. But ultimately that the cash investments on your financial statements are correct. We'll do the same thing with all your receivables. If somebody owes the county money, we want to verify that it was collected and received. If we didn't get money that the county owes, that we're following up with demand letters and things like that. So those are all kind of your receivables. We'll go through your capital assets. When you purchase an asset or say undertake a remodel for a courthouse, we want to make sure it ultimately gets capitalized, it's insured, it's depreciated appropriately, and it's tracked. Accounts payable and expenditures. So the old model of auditing was kind of randomly sampling. We actually pull all your transactions and we'll risk weight them in a software. So if a transaction occurred at midnight in your software, that's going to weight that a higher risk transaction than one that occurs at 3 p.m. If it's a P card or charge and it occurs out of town, that risk weights it a little higher than an in-town charge. If it's a certain vendor code, that risk weights it. So we'll go through all that, but the goal is to make sure the county's paying something, it's budgeted for, it follows your procurement process, it's paid timely, we're not seeing interest, late fees, things like that. And ultimately that it gets coded to the correct account. So when we look at your financial statements, we know a repair and maintenance expense on a building is an actual repair and maintenance expense. We do the same thing with payroll. So here's kind of all your payroll benefits and payroll policies. And we'll go through and make sure you're filing all your IRS forms quarterly and annually that you need to, and then we'll reconcile what you reported to them back to what your financial statements show. Like most counties, you have a number of debt issuances. In 2020, you issued $20 million of GO debt. So there was a lot of promises made by the BOCC when that happened, and we're helping you fulfill those promises, whether it's debt service reserves or filings with the SEC and EMA and kind of all of these parties that need the financials. We'll go through equity that we want to make sure you started 2020 with where you ended 2019. Do we have the correct Tabor reserve and things like that? There's some specific stuff for the landfill, and then we'll go through and look at statutes and grants and things like that. So you can see here when we're done, we actually have scanned in 663 different work papers to help verify that the audited financial statements are correct. And that's really the work that you don't necessarily see because we produce a financial statement, or actually Liz produces the financial statement and we review it and make sure it agrees to all that work behind there. And so this is your financial statement. It's called a CAFR, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And if you get it in your packet, most people look and go, let me just move this over, look and go, oh, it's 188 pages, thanks for that info. And the reason it's 188 pages is because it's really not just for you, the BOCC, it's for the electorate to the extent they want to dig in that, but really the heavy users are your bond rating agencies, your bond holders, the SEC, the federal government, the state government, your insurance companies, your investment agencies and banking relationships. So there's a lot of different parties, and that's why financial statements tend to grow. But it's our job to make sure that Pickens County financials can produce financial statements that are materially correct and comply with GAAP. So I'm just going to roll through this and kind of point out some highlights. The first is Pickens County participates in a voluntary program run by the Government Finance Officers Association, and you submit your financial statements once they're all done to GFOA. I think Texas maybe reviews Colorado, and a finance officer that deals with governmental accounting will do an additional review, and you get an award, and that tells us that your financial statements comply with GAAP. But that's voluntary, and I just wanted to point it out because Pickens County really does a lot of work. Your finance team does a lot of work to get this award, and I want to make sure they get the credit for that. Section A is an independent auditor's report. So here is our firm, and there's a lot of kind of nerd language, but this report would be referred to as an unmodified opinion. It's sometimes referred to as a clean opinion. It means all those different parties that use it can rely on it, and it's going to allow them to make financial decisions about Pickens County. So that doesn't mean we don't have a typo or that we have a small error, but materially the numbers are going to be correct, and you can use it to make decisions on Pickens County's financial health. Then there is a management discussion analysis, which is prepared by Liz, and it has a lot of information in here, kind of high-level information on what happened this year to last year, what happened with revenues and expenses by source, some charts and graphs, things like that I tend to find more user-friendly for most people. And so if you don't like financial statements, it's too bad because they're awesome. But Section B is probably the place that you would want to spend your time. It's kind of high-level financial information. But I'm going to jump to really one page in here, and it's page C5. And I think it's important, regardless of what governmental organization you're involved with, that you kind of have an understanding of what happened this last year financially. So this is a governmental fund income statement. It's C5. And governments have a variety of funds, and we're required to show kind of what's called major funds on this page, and then we consolidate all the non-major smaller funds together here. And this statement is designed to look kind of like a bank statement. So money comes in, it's a revenue, money goes out, it's an expense. So general fund drives most of the fiscal health for most governments, and Pickens County included. And this is high-level information. There's details that make up, is it sales tax or property tax or what kind of taxes? That's all in here, but on a different page. So this is really high level. So revenues come in, think of them as deposits into your bank account. We got $40.9 million going into the general fund, $20 million into transportation, $15 million into open space. Move my Zoom here. Employee housing, capital fund, and all your little funds added together were $24 million. So we have basically $104 million that gets deposited into Pickens County bank accounts. Then we have expenditures going out. You can see across the board what they were here. Here it's $110 million. And then you have these other financing sources, uses. Those are kind of unusual items, transfers back and forth, things like that. The big one in here is this $20 million, which was issued to the Open Space Fund, which is your 2020 GO bonds and the premium associated with that. So take the deposits, subtract the checks and other transactions, and you get this third line from the bottom, net change in fund balances. So that's how much did we add or use of our bank balances, basically. So we added $5.5 million to the general fund. The general fund, it's really interesting. When COVID happened, everyone was in a full-on panic, redoing their revenue models, trying to figure out what was going to happen financially. And virtually every government that we audit, which is hundreds, has gone up. And not surprisingly, or maybe surprisingly, a lot of them, their sales tax numbers went up, including Pickens County. Now, I'll put a little asterisk there. The ones that didn't go up, if you have a chairlift in your town, you maybe didn't go up, but almost everyone else did. And a lot of that, I believe, is because of the South Dakota versus Wayfair decision, where government started collecting revenue on internet sales. So that kind of covered up, I think, a lot of a decline that you would have seen because of COVID. And 2020 was the first full year. You collected some for a couple months in 19, but 2020 was the first full year you would have collected those sales tax. So that's a big chunk of it. And then you had a lot of ComDev revenue in the general fund that drove this number. So long story, well, maybe long story long, you added 5.5 million to your general fund. Transportation basically broke even. Open space added 15 million, but keep in mind we had 24 million of debt issuance in there. So, but either way, that 15.8 million of that dropped to the bottom line. Employee housing went down a little bit, 548,000. Capital projects, that's where you had your courthouse remodel spent out of there. So we used that money. It's been built up and then drawn down to finish the courthouse remodel. So that declined 2.8 million. All your other funds pretty much broke even. So in total, you added 17.6 million to your bank accounts, but keeping in mind 24 of that was the 2020 GO loan. You start the year with your fund balances. That's kind of your bank balance, so to speak. 12 million here, add 5 million. That gives you 18 million in the general fund. I like to take almost on every government and take their ending fund balance and divide it by what you spend. So we have 18 million in the bank. You spent 32 million last year in 2020. That's a 56% reserve, which is a perfectly reasonable, prudent reserve. You have a, 16.7 plus TABOR, 3%. We'll call it a 20% reserve requirement. 20% would be getting down there. Most counties I see are right in that 50 to 60% range for their general fund. It varies depending on kind of whether they do capital out of their general, and kind of smaller counties tend to have larger reserves, larger counties have smaller reserves. But that strikes me as a perfectly reasonable, prudent fund balance reserve to have. And you can kind of see along the boards, each fund, the balance kind of depends on what you have going on. I know living in Eagle County and doing work in, Pick and Garfield, Eagle, Grand, Gunnison, kind of the ski areas, affordable housing or attainable housing has become a huge issue. So depending on what you want to get done, these might be great fund balances or might not be enough. But either way, you added to your fund balances by 17 million, keeping in mind that you issued 24 million. The financial statements have a lot of additional information in here. I'm really not going to spend a huge amount of time going through. I'll just point out a couple of items. Let's see, 79. I was just going to show you that there's information in here on where you hold your investments. The county has very reasonable investments. I mean, they're very safe, secure, meet state statutes, follow your investment policy. And you can see there's a disclosure there. There's a disclosure on what kind of happened with capital assets, beginning balance, increases, decreases. And then there's a lot of information on debt. So here was your beginning debt. You started with 48 million of governmental debt. We added the 20 million on the Series 2020 GO, and then the 4.4 million on the refunding of the sales tax bonds. And then we paid down, this was the sales tax bonds that got refunded, and we made our normal payments, and this is your ending debt balance. So you ended the year with 71 million in debt outstanding that will be paid off over the next however many years. You can see this is what you pay each year, 2021, 22, and then 5-year increments thereafter. So that's what you'll pay on your bonded debt. There's information in here on the landfill disclosure and where we hold our fund balances, kind of what they're intended to be used for. There's a lot of budget actual statements in here. And then I'll just show you, there's a couple other things. Highway user report. So the state requires us to do a little audit of your highway user report to make sure that you're using the highway user funds appropriately and receiving the correct amount. And then there's a whole section on grants. So back a long time ago, for those of us that have gray hair, you used to have to do these audits on each program or each federal grant. Well, as the federal government has grown, the number of grants they offer has grown. So in 1984, they changed it and said you can do a single audit over all the federal grants, and so that's why it's called a single audit. But I just wanted to show you, these are kind of all the grants you get, federal grants you get. So here you can see you receive SNAP, which is food assistance, or kind of the old terminology was food stamps. That's the administrative portion of that. You receive $2 million in FAA grants, the Castle Creek Bridge grant. And this is just federal, it doesn't include state. The coronavirus relief grant was $3 million. DHS or Human Services has 969 of various federal grants. In total, you received 8.3 million in federal grants, and so we have to kind of do a whole separate audit on that. And I bring that up because you'll see some of this discussion in the future letter. And there's a tremendous, it's great. Pickens County got 8.3 million. There's a lot of federal dollars flowing out now with the coronavirus relief grants and the American Recovery Program, which you maybe have had discussions about, or you will have discussions about, which has money coming in 2021, 22. And then obviously there's a lot of discussion about infrastructure, which also, a large chunk of that will flow through the states, through CDOT to counties also. But those don't come tax-free or kind of free. There's a huge amount of administrative work that does go into receiving that 8.3 million. So, quick or painfully long review of the financial statements. Any question on either the process or the financial statements, and then I'll move on to the governing board letter, which details kind of what we found.
Not seeing any,
All right.
Paul, thank you.
Crickets.
I assure you, I did read it.
I read it too. Wow, it's something.
So there is a letter that goes to every governing board on every audit that we do, and it has certain information that we have to communicate to the governing board. Unfortunately, we don't always get it right in plain English, but it talks about qualitative aspects on accounting policies. And what that means is we have to inform you if there was any new accounting standards implemented. There was this one on fiduciary activities, which is like the money that the treasurer holds for all the other taxing entities, but it really didn't impact what you as a BOCC would budget for and handle appropriately. So there really wasn't anything huge there. There's sometimes some big estimates in financial statements. Your biggest is probably what's it going to cost to close and maintain the landfill for 30 years after. We have to record that as a liability on your financial statement. Sometimes there's environmental liabilities or legal liabilities. Those are estimates. They're hard to estimate, but your biggest one is, you have 3 of them, but the first 2 are pretty standard. And really all 3 of these are standard for counties. So not any kind of unusual estimates in there. Difficulties encountered in performing the audit, there really wasn't any. Your finance team works really hard. They're very professional. They have everything organized, and that's in the middle of completing an ERP process. So my experience, whenever a client says, hey, we're going to change software, there's a little, all the hair on the back of my neck stands up, because it's going to be a 3-year period of really struggling. Don't get me wrong, like Pickens County has had the finance team has had a huge amount on their plate, but they managed to push the audit up to where we like to have it, and really helped us get all that completed. Because remember, we basically requested 661 different documents. We log into your system and pull as many as we can, but a lot of those are requests from your team. We're required to disclose to you what adjustments we made, and really there was only 3, none of which particularly concern me. Those are all kind of fairly standard. entries that you would see during a county audit. The ones that I would get concerned about would be if we had big adjustments to the cash, to the bank recs, or AP where we were paying somebody that we shouldn't have, or not collecting money that we shouldn't have. Those were more kind of inside baseball journal entries that we had to move kind of between periods. No disagreements with management. Your team does sign what's called a management rep letter. I call that the I didn't lie, cheat, or steal letter. Just saying that they were honest with us. Couple things. There is a new accounting standard. We just implemented it for Garfield County, which is right next to you. That basically what it does is it, from an accounting standpoint, leases will not be accounted for differently than debt. So whether it's, a bank, think of a lease as a bank loan. So if you lease a vehicle, the accounting for it's going to be exactly the same as if you went to a bank and borrowed money for it. The other side of that is if you're the lessor, so if you're leasing, struggling for an example for you guys, but if you were leasing property to someone, we have to record that as an accounts receivable and then defer the revenue to the period you're going to collect it. And that means all your leases will either be on your balance sheet as a receivable or a payable. It can be a lot of work for counties because there tends to be leases that pop out of the woodwork that you don't know about. But we do have until 2022 to complete that. And so I'm sure that'll be on your finance team either this year or next, but that's upcoming, and we'll help you work through that. Keep in mind, Pickens County has $100 million rolling through. It's not a small organization, and we have recommendations in there. But it's important that people take these recommendations in the spirit in which they're recommended. They are not anyone did anything wrong. There are areas for improvement. If you do an audit of any organization the size of Pickens County, you're going to have some recommendations. And if you don't, then they probably don't have 661 work papers in there. So just take that for what it's worth. Last year we had some real concerns with the Pickens County Airport on how dollars were handled, where we collect billing and collecting everything we should have according to kind of all the agreements. Finance has kind of taken that over and really made, I think, tremendous progress on it. However, last year there were still some months that occurred maybe under the old system. And you can see management's response both on kind of the accounts receivable and payables and records of retention. But I feel like it's in a good place and it's trending in the right direction. So I don't know if you want me to go into details on that, but ultimately finance and our goal is the same. We want to make sure Pickens County is collecting all the money you're entitled to. And I feel like you're getting the system in place to make sure that happens. With the ERP, there was some issues with the bank recs, but as of May 2021, you're caught up. They were ultimately completed, but not necessarily as timely as we would like. Those are all completed, and that is pretty typical with organizations that go through an ERP process. The finance team, I think, is drinking out of a fire hose, and some of those didn't get done quite as timely as we would like. The community development has a software, and kind of anyone can manually modify the fees. And we want to just make sure that if there's any fee changes in the software, that's getting reviewed. So they've worked with their software processor to make sure that we now have staff filling out a form anytime fees are modified. Again, it's really just an internal control thing, not necessarily we're losing money or anything like that. We wanted to make sure that any money that comes in, any checks that come in, get stamped for deposit only, and that we don't lose those checks anywhere, and that's being accounted for now. Every department has a for deposit only, or the treasurer's office has for deposit only, and when they get a check, they're stamping that. Grant and management accounting, this is fairly common for counties that we audit now. The volume of grants is just increased tremendously. So you saw the $8 million, but not only last year, you know, Ann isn't here, but I can tell you from other counties, the amount of time that got spent on CARES funding was, massive. And, that really doesn't seem to be slowing down, because now we have the American Recovery Program coming up in 2021 and 22, and then you're going to have infrastructure bill passing also, which has a huge impact for counties. So, but one of the things the county has to do is prepare the schedule of federal awards, which was what I showed you, the $8 million. It's called a CFA, kind of for short. And the federal government is really a stickler on making sure that the CFAs come through correct. All this gets uploaded to the OMB, federal OMB, for review. And we just want to make sure that you guys, being the county, know that CFA has to be prepared. You have to have internal controls over it, and it has to be squeaky clean, or it causes problems down the road with grants. And I think they're working on trying to make sure that you have appropriate grant accounting. Treasurer was just the software. Sure. Is there a question? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
There's some, the software had an ability to record negative receipts, and so you're working on shutting that down. We just want to, we'll hopefully catch those, but we want to make sure that basically no one can enter a negative receipt into your software, or if it does, it gets caught before the auditors show up. We didn't see any, but it's possible to do it. Investments, you do have pretty typical common investments. You do have some what's called CMOs, collateralized mortgage obligations. That's where you take mortgages and you put them together in a tranche and you invest in them. They almost always mature because people refinance and move and pay it down earlier than 5 years, but the technical maturity exceeds 5 years. So you can see in here the average duration is 1.4 years, but right now that technically they could be out there longer. So we just want to point out that right now your investment policy wouldn't allow that investment. It's not necessarily a terribly risky investment, but you probably want to modify your investment policy if you're going to invest in CMOs to provide an exemption where it doesn't say a max maturity, but maybe an average maturity. And the last is just making sure we have details on the tender type. So the tender type is when the treasurer records stuff, we want cash to be recorded as cash, check to be recorded as check, credit card as credit card, and reconciled by that tender type. So there's some internal control reasons why you don't want to do it in bulk, but the finance team has already implemented that for 2021. Again, that's probably an ERP thing where with the new software, it was like, hey, we just need to reconcile this, so we're going to reconcile total receipts as opposed to by tender type. So I think that'll be handled as you kind of, as the finance team comes out from under their desk finishing the ERP program. That's, a review of what we found. I think all of those are pretty typical for what we would find in a county audit. And, we've gone through them with your finance team. They do have plans. We agree with kind of the plans that they have implemented, and you can see their response on each of those, so that you know that at least it's being addressed. And I'm sure they'll be moved off next year, and we'll probably have some new ones. So any questions or concerns?
I just have a question regarding the airport. I appreciate the improvements that have been made. we are hoping to, in the coming years, be processing millions of dollars of federal grant money. I'm wondering, do you have suggestions for, how we best strengthen those systems in advance of that?
Yeah, last year we had what's called a material weakness. So, and that's, hey, there are transactions that could be material significant that could occur that wouldn't get errors that wouldn't get caught. And the finance team hired a consultant CPA that deals specifically with airports. And I think you created a finance team, kind of I'm not sure what you call it, Liz, but airport finance oversight committee maybe, that meets regularly and is kind of working through making sure that you have good internal controls over airport. And I think the timing of kind of getting some of these structural changes in place is really beneficial, not only because of your upcoming airport project, but just with kind of the volume of enplanements and passenger facility charges and things like that, and grants that are going to be rolling through not only in 2021 but going forward is kind of critical. We help your finance team as much as they want as far as setting up internal controls and going through that, but we don't want to be too involved because we don't want to audit our work, if that makes sense. So that's why I think it was good that you found a consultant to help you as far as setting up the internal controls. Then we're going to go through and we're going to kind of test those internal controls and poke at them to make sure that everything is accounted for appropriately and there are weaknesses on the internal control system. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the main thing was getting the accounts receivable and the accounts payable set up in the software and working through so that if you have an entity that doesn't make a payment, it's getting flagged. A lot of it was handled on spreadsheets, and that's just kind of not best practice. I mean, it can work, but it's not best practice. And I feel like you're working through that. 2020 was a big year to kind of get all that set up and moving forward. And I don't want to say that there's not still work to do. I'll let Liz give you an update on that, but you can see the progress that was made.
Great, thank you, Paul. Liz?
Thank you. So what happened is that the controller left the airport in the fall last year. That was Chris Padilla. And when that happened, we kind of decided to restructure that group and bring them under finance's wing so that there was more oversight and more control at the county level for all of the funds, because I think everybody's always said airport's separate, but it's not. It's part of the county. It's a county fund. It's it's an enterprise fund, so it is treated a little bit differently, but it's no different than the landfill. The landfill is an enterprise fund of the county as well. And so, we brought them in-house. We've been working very diligently with their team. We've worked with a consultant. Her name's Carolyn Binder. She has been fantastic with helping us get things cleaned up. When we reached the end of 2020, I believe we had over $6 million of outstanding accounts receivable at the airport. As of the end of May, we were down to about $700,000, and all of that or I shouldn't say all of it, but most of it was current at that point, which means basically it was within the last 60 days or so. So we've been making huge progress there. So it's been really good. We're coming up with policies and procedures to your concern, as it was one of ours as well, is that we didn't have good policies and procedures in place to, when we go into this airport project, to account for this huge influx of money that we're going to be having to handle for that, and outflux actually too, because it's going to be coming both in and out. And so we've been working with Carolyn to kind of clean up our processes, and I'm feeling much better with where we are. There's still a couple areas that we need to improve, but it's definitely, we're doing much better than we were last year. So, and I think it's just a process that we're continuing to improve. Luckily, we have a little bit of time before that really, really hits, although we are getting all the CARES Act and all these other funding, not only just for the county, but there's a lot going through the FAA as well. So,
Okay. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. Any other questions? Yeah, Paul,
even though I think the airport went a little off the rails last year, you know, the process worked in the fact that, you know, we said, hey, there's some problems with airport. Your finance team looked at it, agreed with it, and then implemented a plan and got it turned around. And that's, you know, it's not, things are going to go off the rails when you have turnover and, you know, software changes and things like that. The question is, do you have the people and the policies to recognize it and get it back in place? And that's what happened. So actually, I think that's a success story, to be honest.
Great, thank you, Paul.
But the grant part of it, I don't necessarily put that under the airport. I think that's more, you know, the airport to me is more airport operations as far as, you know, making sure that the airlines and the car rental companies and everyone's paying what they should. The grant part of the airport to me is more related to this kind of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, because all that money, we audit a number of airports, and all that money comes through the FAA through FAA grants, and it's all going to have to be accounted for as federal dollars, the same as your Department of Human Services or any, you know, or CARES money or American Recovery, and there's a lot of work that'll go into those airport grants. I mean, the dollar amounts you get are significant, but the administrative time that it uses also is fairly significant. So to me, it's more part of your grant accounting and getting that dialed in, especially as the amount of federal grants that's coming out now has increased significantly.
Thank you. Are there other questions right now? Okay, Paul, do you have more to present?
No, you know, normally there's a motion to accept the audit, and then we start getting it filed with, you know, there are lots of places that this gets uploaded and sent to. So, so if you choose to accept it, we'll get that process started.
Okay. We don't make formal votes in a work session, so we'll get this scheduled in a regular session quickly to adopt a resolution for it. So I believe we ordinarily do that process.
That's right. That's what I was going to ask, what the next step would be, and it will come back, so I'm good.
And I want to give Liz or Connie or any of our deputy managers any opportunity to address anything if you wish.
Yeah, so I think, you know, Paul segued into this. We're seeing a huge strain from grants at the moment. You know, it's good. We're getting money, which is good. But we are, just for federal dollars, if you look at our CFA from 2019 versus 2020, 2019 it was $1.6 million that we received from our federal grants. In 2020 it was over $8 million. So that's a gigantic increase. It's not just federal funding that we're seeing that increase. We're also getting a lot of state funding that's coming through. There have also been just other random grants that are coming through, and we're finding that that is a weakness of our department because we don't have the capacity to handle that at the moment. You know, grants are managed by each individual department. So, you know, Kara is handling the translator grants, and the Open Space and Trails, they're managing their grants. And there's not one centralized place. So there is there's the potential to miss deadlines and, you know, not continue to get funding. So one of the things that we had was a CFA finding this year, that's the single audit. And it had to do with the CARES Act funding. We found that there were some expenditures that were reimbursed by both the city and by the CARES Act funding. So we basically double dipped. We were able to submit an amendment to the request and still get the full amount of funding that we got. And we are not the only ones who had this issue because there were a lot of moving pieces with the CARES Act funding. But it is, you know, it kind of really brought to the forefront that this is, it's kind of basically hit this point of no return at this point, where we just got 1.7 million of ARP funds deposited that we are going to be drawing down over the course of the next couple years. That was half of it. We get another half next year. So there's a lot of grants coming through for very large amounts that are not just right now, they're not just related to COVID. There are, we're having a major housing issue. My guess is that we're going to be going out for a lot of housing grants to try and resolve some of that issue. There might be childcare grants out there that, when we kind of start to address that piece, there are a lot of, the energy crisis, all of these things that we are, that are board initiatives. Probably will have grants that we can start to go after, but that also means additional reporting and work that needs to be done either on the front end or back end by finance for those. And so part of it is that we would like to bring to the board a request for an additional FTE in finance that would be specifically grant accounting and also capital asset accounting, because that's another area that we have kind of, Connie does some and Mara does some, and we kind of have it in a lot of different areas. And we're hoping to kind of get that centralized. A lot of grants have specifics for capital asset reporting as well, if there are capital asset pieces. So they're very intertwined. And this would also be project accounting as well would be in this position we're proposing.
All right, so we're asked for direction to support the financial report, the CAFR, and then also to give direction on the request for a new FTE. And that was detailed also in the memo on this item. Patty?
Yeah, I think we need to move forward with the audit and bring it back on a board meeting when we can actually have a motion and vote on it to accept it. I was a little caught off guard with the agenda item summary with asking for an FTE. I was really excited to spend an hour on the audit. So it was so much fun. We always enjoy seeing you guys. So I would like to, I think it's something we definitely need to consider. I have information I'd like as part of that consideration. We have hired grant people for other departments, specific. Are we going to consolidate that? Are we going to still have Human Health Services grants run by a grant position in Human Health Services or in Public Health? I'd like to see if we want to keep it on the same track, maybe we need to look at consolidating. And yes, by the grace of God and all the hard work of staff, we did get a lot of grant money this last year and a half. We know that a lot of those grants will be utilized and going away as the COVID winds down, COVID grant monies wind down. So, I'm always concerned about hiring another full-time equivalent employee without looking at consolidation and having this not as a term-limited employee, but as a, forever position. I understand our ability to recruit high-quality employees for these positions with the uncertainty if their position is term-limited. So I think that needs to be part of the discussion. But perhaps we can either have it, Connie, as part of supplemental budget request, or we can have a special work session time set aside to look at all the information that may make this position really a stable, strong position with consolidation and just some parameters. So that's where I would like to see this request going. It's something I definitely think we need to talk about and consider.
Thanks, Patty. Connie, yes, I was going to ask if you had planned to bring this back as a special supplemental or in third quarter. Go ahead.
I think third quarter supplementals will not be until September, and we have a couple of other issues that the board has mentioned, in particular relating to some climate action and the need to have some more studies done in that area. I think we may be bringing back a summer supplemental request that has a few items on it, and so we would like to bring this back at that time. Patty, I totally agree with you. Normally, I do not like doing mid-year positions. I like to see it within the whole of the 5-year plan and the budget cycle. We went ahead and put this forward right now due to time concerns with the amount of money that's coming in now and is expected to continue in the upcoming years, that we felt that a 6-month delay was just too much. And so that's why we're bringing the issue forward now.
which
Go ahead, Patty.
yeah, which I totally understand, but I still would like to have some more information about consolidation possibilities of the positions that I know we recently created in Human Health Services and Public Health to manage grants, to see how we can, if that would work, if it doesn't work, but I just think that, for me, needs to be part of the discussion. So, again, maybe we can set aside some work session time specific to this discussion and clarification of information, additional information, see how we can make it work. On top of the fact we're gonna be bringing in airport monies hopefully soon, and that could be extensive, so, I think it's the discussion may be bigger than just a summer supplemental discussion. But I agree, Connie, we need to look at it soon and get this position out there, but we need to make sure the position is set up like we need it to be.
And I'll just tag on, the flip side of that for me is, think about, is this position gonna create additional capacity? So, will we be able to go out for more? That's another question about how we formulate, if we consolidate or we create capacity and how we might use that. That's some information I'd like to hear.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
go
just
ahead,
wanted to
Yeah.
jump in there because that is one of the things that we were thinking is that by freeing up some of the capacity on some of these managers and directors in other departments, because this position would take care of like the ongoing reporting. It would free them up in order to go out for additional requests as well. So that was a part of our thinking as well.
Thank you. Other input from board members on the two items for direction? Are we okay, I assume, with bringing the CAFR back for resolution and then having a conversation during work session about this proposed position? Does that work? Okay. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Okay, were there any other items Liz or Connie or any of our deputy managers wish to bring up about the audit? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thanks to our guests. Thanks,
Okay.
Paul.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Udira.
Thanks,
Stay
you
safe
guys.
over
Thank
there.
Great work.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Take care.
Have a good summer. Cheers. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I can't wait to read all 180 pages of my summer reading activity.
All right, so I think we will get started early here if we have Attorney's Office and ComDev staff ready to kick us off on the short-term rental licensing discussion.
Well, I'm here, I'm ready. I see Ellen and Cindy vote. The only issue is that I believe that there are a number of people who wanted to, listen in digitally or virtually to hear the board's discussion of this regulation. If we started a little bit early,
Okay.
that might
Yeah.
confound a few folks and disappoint some others. So
Okay.
just throwing it out there.
No, I appreciate that. We can take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Okay, thanks, John. All right,
Okay.
Grassroots will be back at 2. Thank you.
We didn't have anything in the packet about the STRs, right?
Yeah,
Where is it?
It's a whole
it's
code.
under the agenda item.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us again after our short break. This is the work session of the Pickens County BOCC on June 22nd, and we are going to start our discussion on short-term rental licensing regulation. And I will turn it over to County Attorney John Ely to kick us off, please.
Thank you, Kelly. So this discussion is the outgrowth of House Bill 2093. This was adopted in the COVID year. And this was the result of quite a bit of lobbying that was done by a small group of counties in the state, at least initially. Pickens County joined in largely through Kelly's efforts, in point of fact, to try to expand the regulation, at that time the bill. Our efforts to expand it were somewhat successful in that the regulation or the statute that was ultimately adopted gives two counties within the state the ability to license short-term lodging or short-term rentals, as well as the ability to regulate those operations or those facilities, and therefore expands quite a bit the county's powers under its inherent police power delegated from the state of Colorado. So what we're talking about here today is a proposed regulation. We're not assembled, of course, for any votes, but for the board to give direction to me and for the board to change direction on which way they want to go, perhaps with the regulation. The idea then would be to have a proposed set of legislative changes to our county code, which would be these or something like it governing short-term stays, and have that adopted within the county code, and we enter into a new phase of regulatory activity. So the short-term stay regulation is essentially a sales tax collection methodology. The initial impetus, of course, for the bill, which led to the statutory change, was a facilitation of sales tax collection and an equalization of the sales tax burden, as opposed to or contrasting individual property owners who are renting out their homes to other individuals who were operating lodges and hotels or bed and breakfasts who were paying sales tax. So the regulation is set up in that way. It is designed to require a license prior to engaging in the activity of short-term rental of a residential dwelling. And it also requires of us to establish an administrative procedure to deal with this, to process applications, issue licenses, deal with complaints, enforcement, and everything else that goes along with a new regulatory regime. What it does not do, at least in this draft at this time, it does not deal with any limitation of the issuance of licenses in a sort of a wholesale regime. In other words, there are requirements in the regulation for the issuance of licenses and when those licenses may not issue. However, there are no restrictions, say, having to do with exclusion areas, evidenced by a particular zone district or a neighborhood or an area of the county. There's no restriction on the intensity of the use, or say the rental use, under the license that is issued. In other words, how much of the year is the dwelling rented, or is there any seasonal restriction to the rental activity? It doesn't deal with density of residences that are used for short-term rentals. In other words, the licensing regulation could not issue any more than 10 licenses in any 1 mile radius, just as an arbitrary example. it does deal with certain aspects of the activity. In other words, to promote health and safety of the people that are renting the property and of the surrounding neighborhood and communities. However, there is no outright restriction on who can apply and who might be able to expect a license to be issued. So, with that, Kelly, what I would propose is just walking through the terms of the regulation, at least briefly, and then let the board get into a discussion of what you might want to see changed or altered or amended or added or anything like that. Is that agreeable?
Can I have one quick question?
Sure, that sounds good to me. Francie has a quick question. Go ahead.
I think it's a pretty quick question, John. So does that compel us to grant any license that's requested, since we're not saying they can't be here, they can't be there, and so on?
It doesn't compel us to grant every license that's applied for. However, there is no blanket exception. For example, in our marijuana licensing regulations, we categorically exclude certain areas of the county that are available for certain types of marijuana licenses. So that is a set profile. There's nothing like that embedded within these regulations.
Okay, thanks.
Can I just, Patty, I just want to tag on to what Francie just asked real quick, but that doesn't mean in the future, or we could not address that at this time, to say it's not allowed in these neighborhoods or this part of the community or whatever. We could put that in, but we're just choosing to not at this time.
That's correct. Thanks to Kelly's efforts in the insertion of the ability to regulate this activity, as opposed to simply licensing, we do have the ability to entertain almost any type of reasonably constructed limitation in the issuance of licenses, whether they are for areas of the county or whether it's for by number or density, like I mentioned before, or the intensity of the use, number of nights, or any type of restriction might be considered by the board, limited only really by your imagination, as long as the restriction has some rational basis to the goal that you're trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. John, do you want to share your screen, or do you want me to share my screen and I can scroll through it?
Sure. Let me get the document up. I wasn't planning on doing that. Hang on. Take just a sec.
I know this can be a tedious approach, but it's hard to work through code language any other way.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with you. I wasn't going to try to focus too much on the precise wording, but to hopefully get direction from the board as to, more foundational or fundamental direction of the regulation. And that way I can change the way it's drafted. So the purpose and intent is laid out in references back to the statutory change that was affected by the legislature and the governor, and basically this is inserted at the beginning of the regulation to demonstrate our authority to act for any reviewing court. What the regulations will be referred to is Pickens County Short-Term Rental Code. There are some defined terms. This list may expand, but they are the relevant terms based upon the content of the regulation right now. I guess it's a good time to point out that B&Bs, lodges, hotels, motels, resort cabins None of these types of facilities are included within the scope of this regulation. This captures essentially residential dwellings that are rented for some part of any given year, either the entire residence or a portion of that residence, as well as any accessory structures that might be associated with the residential dwelling.
I do have a question, John.
Sure.
So guest ranches are excluded, and I guess I'd like to understand better what exactly a guest ranch is. Because it seems to me like that could be a perfect place to do a short-term rental.
I suppose. The exclusion, quite frankly, is premised upon the fact that sales tax is being collected from those facilities. The hole in the tax collection administration was in the unexpected explosion of rental activity for someone's usually year-round residence, and the way that has taken off has shown or has highlighted a flaw in the sales tax regulatory scheme, in that these types of activities were not particularly included previously. And so this then allows counties to step in with an ordinance and a regulation such as this to then license or control and require a sales tax registration for the collection of the tax.
Okay, thank you.
The effective date is something that the board should give me a little bit of direction on. Typically speaking, when we enact code, the regulation goes into effect at the time of the final vote of the board on a particular ordinance. However, for something like this, the fact that we would have to get organized, so to speak, administratively to handle the processing of licenses, and I'm assuming that you would not want to curtail people's ability to continue to function the way they are right now today, while we are getting ready to implement the licensing process. We might want to forestall the effective date after some period of time after the ordinance is adopted. We don't need to decide that now, and that will be drafted into the ordinance of adoption, but it's something that the board will have to give direction on as to what you feel is appropriate, given people's expectations and current reliance on the fact that there is no regulation in the county.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm sorry?
Yeah, John, I had a note under that same section, as far as if it was to be effective upon the date, it'd mean we'd have to have our side of it all lined up too. Who this authority was, the process, letting all the current people who are renting these out know that they have to apply for a license. So I also wrote that on there. So I think we do need to have some kind of time frame for notification and for the ability for people to apply for their license without having to disrupt their use or the rentals that they already have arranged for. So I think something like that should be brought back to us with some time frame. So I'm in total agreement.
Well, that was my assumption at any rate, and I probably would suggest something in the line of 60 or 90 days, just to allow the process to get up and running. That being said, however, if the board wanted it to be effective immediately, it could be. It would just simply be, the result would be that anybody without a license could not rent their residence, and nobody would have a license for some period of time. So we would essentially be just shutting down in blanket fashion this type of activity. I don't believe that's the intent of the board.
Right, John, and that's only furthered on the next page when properties may not be advertised until application for a license has been filed and accepted. So we need to probably address that under there too.
Well, that's actually the next point I was going to bring up.
Oh, perfect.
There are two ways to approach this. In fact, I drafted it alternatively. And the reason I did that was just looking at other regulations in other jurisdictions. One approach is to say that you cannot advertise until there is a license that has been issued for a particular location. And another approach is to say that you can advertise once you've applied for a license and you're awaiting that license. That allows the property owner to start to market the property, in effect. The dilemma administratively is that enforcement is going to involve quite a bit of online research. If we observe that there is a residence that is not licensed and is being advertised, that is a clear violation. That can be a clear violation of the code. It makes it much easier to flag and then to enforce. If we give the property owner a little bit of cushion there, then we're building in a couple of more steps into the process where we have to assess whether or not an application has been filed. Is the application complete? Has the application fee been paid, etc. But that's a judgment call for the board, of course.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you bring up a lot of good questions. I know a lot of people who do bookings for these things book 6 months out. There could be people already booked for something in January or in, so I do know that it takes some time to roll this out. So I was wondering if we could initiate, the taxing of these units, because that seems like the fair thing to do to everyone else who's in the hotel business. But can we phase the implementation of the regulations and the roll up and the ramp up of what ComDev is going to have to do to enforce and understand and just sort of research this? It just seems like this is going to take some time. Can we phase that, but implement taxing now to get people used to the idea? Just wondering if there's a way to phase it that way. Also, I haven't read it again, but I was wondering, are we distinguishing between investment companies renting, buying houses and renting them like hotels with no on-site owner manager, and say people who rent a room in their house? I think there's a difference in the quality of the respect and management of the place versus, for a one-off or a small operation where the owner is actually on site versus a distant, investment company that really has no concern about the quality of the neighborhood or anything like that. So I've got a lot of questions, but I like where this is going.
Well, let's just continue through the reg and see if your questions don't get answered, Greg. Let's see. There is a statement in this initial section that is in effect an admonition to any licensee or applicant, in that should a license issue for short-term stays or short-term rentals, that activity is not necessarily legal vis-a-vis any other restrictions on the property. For example, the license would not override any zoning limitation or previous development approval limitation, nor would it override any private covenants that might exist on the property, or any other use exclusions that might be affected and be enforceable against the property. The license would not be a legal ability to obviate all those other restrictions. The issuance of the license in no way confers an entitlement or a vested right. That is consistent with our other licensing procedures. So if an individual gets a license through this regulation, and that license expires, there's no guarantee you'll get another one or that it'll be renewed. And that allows this regulation to change as frequently as the board wants it to, and its effect would be seen no later than 12 months out when somebody's existing license would expire. Let's see, what else I want to
Steve-
mention in this section.
Steve has a question as well.
Okay, go ahead with the question.
So, John, if we went ahead and did this licensing now and then decided to put a quota on how many short-term rentals could be in a certain town, or like in Redstone, just using that as an example.
Sure.
And there were already more than that, we decided our quota would be. It seems like it would be fair to have them the order that they get signed up for their license would be the order, like a grandfathering thing, and people who get in later would maybe not be able to get a license, or the ones who got in the latest might be eliminated if we decided to put a quota system on, like, say, no more than 10% or 25% or something of dwelling units could be a short-term rental in a community.
Right. Well, the board.
Would that be legal to do it that way?
That would be legal, and that type of a favored status is up to the board to define and to confer. This is not a land use regulation by any means, so there's no right to continue something that was legally established, say. The right ceases to exist as soon as this regulation gets passed and requires a license to continue that activity. So if the board wanted to reduce density and was looking for a way to affect that, in other words, who's licensed now that won't be licensed tomorrow, you can pick any number of qualifiers, or you can tie it to the size of the dwelling, you can tie it to the intensity of the use, perhaps, how many nights are intended to be rented out, is it more than 3 months in any given year or less, or something like that. I mean, you can look at any type of variable.
Francie?
Just one thing before you go on, John, when you're talking about private covenants and restrictive things that might affect the property, would that be like an HOA saying, no, you can't do any STRs here? Would the HOAs have the ability to do that, or, that kind of thing?
Yes, absolutely. That definitely kind of thing. And any other type of restriction that might be out there that's not associated with a homeowners association or development covenants that simply might be there as a function of the development of the property at some point in time.
A caucus master plan?
Caucus master plans are not dispositive of uses under the licensing regime unless the board wants to defer to a caucus master plan.
But we
And,
would.
for example, in the area of marijuana licensing, a number of caucuses requested the board to not issue any licenses for certain types of marijuana activity in their caucus area. Up to this point, the board has accepted all of those recommendations or requests, and we then embedded those exclusions within the marijuana regulations. So we can do the same thing here.
And, but we would defer to an HOA?
It's not a question of deference to an HOA. If an HOA or any individual is the beneficiary of a restrictive covenant that prohibits a certain type of use, whether it's a short-term rental or a hog farm or whatever it might be, then those covenants are valid and otherwise enforceable, assuming that they were appropriately granted and recorded. But we cannot, as the government, do something that negates that type of a private interest or private covenant.
Okay. So my guess is we'll have some HOAs scramble when this comes out and change their regulations, but we'll see.
That's up to them.
Yeah, it's up to
Well,
them.
HOAs can do that if they do it according to the way their regulations were initially adopted. In other words, a unanimous consent or a majority vote or a supermajority, whatever that might be.
Okay, great.
But again, those are private concerns that would not necessarily affect us. And assuming that those types of restrictions are in place, quite frankly, the statutory change and this regulation doesn't change anything having to do with the world of private covenants. So if somebody was renting their house out in an offensive manner, or if there were too much of the homes being rented out in an area, then an HOA could have already taken steps if they were inclined to do so and had that ability. They could have already excluded it, independent of what we are doing.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I'm gonna suggest, to move us along efficiently, maybe we'll take things section by section. So we'll have John run through a whole section and then we'll discuss and take questions on that, if that works.
Sounds good.
Okay. No way I'll try to speed it up, Kelly, so you guys have more time to talk when I'm finished going through this thing. The next section has to do with the licensing authority. That authority, and I should mention, the way the regulation is crafted is modeled off of the marijuana licensing regulations. When I drafted the marijuana regulations, we had quite a bit of back and forth on the regulatory effect, and they have served the county well. So I modeled this outline of the regulation off of those previously adopted licensing controls. So in keeping with that, I've set this up to the board to designate a licensing authority to manage these things. I did not call anybody out in particular, but like I said, this is a sales tax regulation primarily, and I would assume that finance would be in charge of it. Whoever is designated the authority would have the ability to delegate any aspect or all of the work associated with it to another person within the county organization, and to maintain flexibility of dealing with however the workload manifests itself in going forward. So what the authority is going to be able to do, though, is it's going to, the licensing authority or their delegate is going to review and process applications and issue licenses. And the way this is set up is for the authority to do that independently of the BOCC. The authority would generate all necessary forms, application forms, or anything else associated with this. The applications would be submitted to the authority, and then they would be referred out as appropriate, if appropriate. Any investigation that might be done for a particular property or a particular applicant would be done through the authority. The authority would then notify the applicant of the acceptance of the application or the rejection of it, and would issue the physical license. Let's see. The authority would be constrained by the language of this regulation, by this code. And right now, the next section lists 6 particular areas where a application may be denied, not necessarily always be denied, but may be denied. And those justifications for denial have to do with the property's compliance with any of the county codes. So when I say county codes, I'm thinking environmental regulations, zoning, planning, building, whatever else we might have that affects private property. If there has been any suspension of a previously issued license or any revocation of the same, then that would be a justification for denial. If that suspension is for anything having to do with violating provisions of this particular code, then that justification for denial would extend for a period of 4 years. If the suspension or revocation had something to do with the condition of the residence that had been subsequently remedied, then that revocation or suspension would be justification for denial up to 12 months. You know, I'll have to give a nod out to Jan Martin. This particular discrimination of violations came from a series of regulations that were adopted by a community in California that she was kind enough to send over that I found actually very helpful. At any rate, if the applicant is delinquent in payment of any outstanding fees, fines, or taxes associated with the property to be licensed, that's the reason for denial. Let's see. Oh, to our previous discussion, any private covenants or any other governmental restrictions that we are aware of that prohibit the activity, that would justify denial. Or if the applicant fails to provide any additional information as requested, then the application can be rejected. So that section governs the activity of the licensing authority to be determined. Any questions on that section?
Patty?
Yeah, real quick. And revocation of a license during its effective time, can it also be based on many of these issues, or do we have another section on revocation or failure, or our ability to not relicense would fall under this, but we can revoke for me?
The last section has to do with enforcement and penalties.
Okay.
And so what this is entertaining, say, a new application after somebody had been revoked or suspended, and they wanted to come in and reestablish the rental activity. The licensing authority, if they looked at the facts around the previous suspension or revocation that was ordered by the board, the licensing authority can then rely upon those facts as justification to deny the application.
Okay, and John, I'm sorry, I apologize, because I see revocation under the license requirements, which is a couple pages down, so I'll let you get to that too.
No worries. No worries.
Other-
It's complicated, a lot of text, that's for sure.
Other questions and discussion about the licensing authority's role and how they approve and deny permits? Steve?
John, who do you see being the license authority? Is this going to be something like Jeanette does now, or are we going to have to hire additional staff to manage this? Would it be something in ComDev, or what do you foresee?
I would assume that we would be, I would assume that it would be a high probability that we might hire an additional person, or if there is somebody around who has the bandwidth, so to speak, to take on an additional function, then perhaps somebody's job, some existing employee's job description can be changed. But we're talking about administering a brand new program. So there are two things that are going on there. There's an unknown amount of work associated with that as to whether it's something that is relatively easy to work through or if it's going to be quite time consuming. And then of course there is the fact that you simply have to, this is new. So this is something that somebody would have to absorb or quite frankly, you'd be looking at a new position, quite frankly. And as far as the delegation of the licensing authority, like I said, to me, it's more of a financial operation. So it seems that it would dwell in the finance office simply because of its principal aim, and certainly the initial regulations principal aim, and that is to equalize the tax burden and make sure that collection is uniform for this type of activity, so that there's no free ride associated with residential rentals, and everybody's paying their fair share, so to speak.
And I just want to see, is anyone from the county manager's office want to weigh in if you guys have had this discussion about who the licensing authority should be? I see Rich and Phyllis might be listening in.
This is Phyllis. I don't think we've flushed all this out of where it should go.
Okay, thank you.
But it would
Patty?
it'd be funded through the sales tax revenue, right? Generated?
Or the
That's
fee,
my understanding.
or would it be an application fee based?
The application fee should cover the administrative operation. It should not be designed to be overly oppressive. In other words, it's not a cash generation event for the county. It's the fees would be designed to cover the expenses associated with the administration of the code. It's simply a bit of the unknown going into a new regulation or a new administrative program as to how much time it would take.
But if need be, we could draw money from the tax revenue to cover those expenses if the application fee didn't cover them, especially at the get-go.
Right. Like
Well,
seed money.
the tax revenue is treated as any other
General
sales
fund.
tax generated in the county. There's no earmarks for it, you know, it's disposed of and available to the county like any other sales tax revenue.
Okay.
So as sales tax is generated off of this type of activity, it goes into the general fund for the county.
So Francie and then Cindy.
I want to just remind everybody that when we heard the presentation last couple of weeks ago, Steve and I, there were 10,000 STRs in Summit County. So we're not as big as population-wise as Summit, I don't believe, but or as close to Denver. But I would think that this is going to be a pretty big job, and that maybe letters have to go out to all the homeowners in the county initially, because we don't really know who's doing short-term rentals. So I think the initial sort of exploration of to whom this is going to apply is going to be monumental in and of itself. And then the enforcement, or then the collection of all the forms and the decision-making and all of that, I see this as a pretty big job. I after hearing this presentation that we heard in Vail, this could be a pretty big job.
Point of clarification, is that 10,000 in unincorporated Summit County?
Unincorporated Summit County, 10,000.
I can't imagine and I think we have significant numbers. Cindy might have a better idea, but most, we also have 3 incorporated portions of Pitkin County that might really draw our number down. But I'm not to say that our number would still not be significant, but.
Right, yeah. No, I don't think it'll be as big as Summit County by any means.
I can't believe they have 10,000 in unincorporated Summit County.
Yeah.
Cindy?
A lot, huh?
We can't hear you.
Thanks.
Okay.
To remind the board, we do have a little experience when we talked with the city, if you recall.
Yeah.
And the city's program is pretty simple, and they said they had between 3 to 5 people working on it in the city. So they have quite the staff that they've had to build just to incorporate, I think, 3 main functions that they had. And they also have hired the consultants to kind of work on the structure for them of the program. So they have consultants, and then they have somewhere between 3 and 5 people running the program. And as far as I recall, they don't have enforcement even on that at all. They have someone sign an affidavit saying that they are following all the rules, but there's no real enforcement of that. So that's another position on top of that. So just wanted to reiterate what we learned from the city.
And Cindy, do you recall off the top of your head, because Gabe, whose last name I'm forgetting, had produced STR data for us. I thought it was around somewhere 2,000 to 3,000 potential units?
I think potential, but what we know from MuniRes and what we've had before when McCullough was working on it, I think we had about 1,500 actual advertising locations.
Thank you. Greg, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I took what Francie said to heart. It's interesting here, so maybe we have 1,500, but it really is, I think we're talking about creating a rental authority. We already have one for affordable housing. We're now talking about creating a bureaucratic system with enforcement, and it's going to be a staff, yeah. So I could easily imagine several people working on this. If we decide we're going to be as focused and as diligent with enforcement and regulation as we have outlined here, and then hearing that the city just goes with an affidavit that they're collecting the tax, maybe that's the place to start. I'm just thinking, because I don't want to create a new bureaucracy, but I also realize we have this is the equivalent of dozens of hotels. So it's something that needs to be addressed. I'd just like to take it in phase steps.
Okay, thank you. Other input on the licensing authority and reasons for denying a license application? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We'll have to resolve that topic. I think the county manager's office will need to sort of figure out where this should live and make a recommendation. Yeah, Greg?
One last point. The last point was just that, I don't know, we've had some complaints from Redstone, not about the quality of service or people renting out places that were unsuitable. We've had, the complaints have been about how neighborhoods are being affected and it's changing cultures. And I think that's super important. But I don't get the impression we've got a lot of people that are renting out substandard places, or we certainly haven't had any complaints. So there is an argument at this point that maybe that's not where the problem lies. So I'm just wondering if we could take this in steps once again.
Well, we have had complaints about trash and traffic and other things that have affected the area around the properties. Too many people for the size of the house and all that kind of stuff. So
that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Steve?
And in other locations, in other counties, there are reports of people renting out chicken coops and sheds and, not standard housing for Airbnb kind of rentals. So that has happened in other places. I sort of remember a report from Phillips Trailer Park that someone was renting out a shed behind their trailer there for an Airbnb.
Actually, I saw that shed and it was nicer than most homes.
That's something that will happen here undoubtedly.
Might be on fire.
It was beautiful. That shed was beautiful. I saw it.
At Phillips, yeah.
Well, any ski-bum worth their salt has lived in a closet or a shed or a chicken coop in their early years in Aspen.
Okay, let's keep us moving along. And again, I'll just sort of reiterate where I thought how we got here, was the board wanting to have a licensing program so that people are paying their fair way and we can begin collecting data and associating that data with complaints that we might be hearing to sort of help any future decision making related to this use. That's where I think what we're at right now is figuring out, what is that program to get people to pay their fair share and to create a system for us to have data. So with that, John Ely, keep moving us along.
All right. And yes, I forget who just mentioned it, but the county manager's office needs to be involved in making the final call. And so they'll have to think about that and inform the board of their opinion or of the county manager's opinion, just so that it can be integrated within the overall county organization. All right, the next section is the licensing procedure, the criteria for the licenses and requirements of licensed premises. These sections are fairly long and consist of enumerated items. My suggestion would be to look at these and get a sense of whether you feel they are complete, or I tried to be as expansive as I could in my thinking, but not being so, wishful in the analysis that perhaps while somebody is getting licensed for a residential structure, will go in and do a full building inspection of the house. I don't think we'll ever have the staffing to handle something like that, and we'll probably be living on the representations of the applicants, just because that's the only thing we'll be able to do, depending on the volume of applications that come in. The licensing authority in issuing the licenses will either deny or grant the license, and that decision can be appealed to the BOCC within 10 days of the decision. The appeal that is handled by the board, and I'll point this out, is going to be a de novo procedure. In other words, a procedure without a record. So you get to make your own call on the application without being bound by any determination or finding of the licensing authority. The application process will contain an application form which will, at a minimum, request information to these enumerated issues and items here. That form can be expanded by the authority based upon experience or facts that need to be brought out to make the rental experience more acceptable to the neighborhood and more efficient for the property owner and the county. So we have things like just identification information, the size of the residence, number of bedrooms and baths, the size of the property that the residence is located on. And then there'll be a question as to the maximum number of people intended to occupy the residence. And this is a decision point for the board as to whether or not you feel it appropriate to limit the number of renters or number of guests that will be in a residence at any given time, and make that as a flat number because of just the impact a certain number of people might have in a neighborhood, or you can relate that number to the number of bedrooms or bathrooms located in the structure, or whether the property is on a water like a municipal supplier, or whether it's a well system that's associated with the residence. Identification of any managers or any contact people.
Size of the septic.
Let's see, the number of nights that are intended for rental. I included this here simply as a data point collection for reference in the future. If we know what people's rental activity is, and we can make certain judgments in the future as to how to change the regulation. Let's see, question about the presence of smoke and CO detectors, as well as fire extinguishers, and then open-ended any other information that the authority might want to request. The evaluation criteria
Can we
would
actually,
be,
John, can we just discuss what you just left? Because I think there could be
Yeah,
discussion
I have a question.
related to the items required for the application, for the evaluation criteria. Francie?
Mine is about the manager. I think that we're going to have somebody locally whom neighbors can contact. I mean, if the person who owns the property lives in New York and it's rented out 300 days a year and there's nobody there making sure that it's clean and whatever, I'm not I don't know, it seems like we should have to have somebody local that we can contact about these units so that they are safe and, you know, or,
That requirement is in the 2 sections down, actually,
okay, great, thanks.
for that very reason.
Yeah.
And whoever that designated manager or agent or whatever that individual is has to have the ability to be able to respond to complaints or respond to a dangerous condition that is we've received knowledge of, or any other aspects of the occupancy of the residence.
And I'll jump in. I would offer, you know, something to think about. One of the communities that we heard from at the CCI conference had said that they look at 2 per, as terms of occupancy limit, 2 people per bedroom plus an additional 4 for the whole unit, was how they figured out their math for it. I don't know if we want to have a conversation about our best math, or if there's better criteria. I would say that I think the application should also include information related to parking capacity and trash capacity. And then, you know, maybe even water capacity.
Septic
you know,
size.
It seems, it's interesting, you know, I think about where we just had a conversation earlier today about needing to augment residential water wells. You know, how does a use like that in a community like that put more strain on the water use? Do we know, you know, is that something that we want to consider? So those are things that I've been thinking about in terms of what criteria we might want to look at for whether it's a good site for an STR or not.
Well, and that's why the question is in the application for those very same reasons. Oddly enough, so Kelly, when you're talking about augmentation needs are strictly a legal creation. They don't focus on the depletion of the actual groundwater from a given area. And so the State Division Engineer's Office treats all dwelling units the same, whether they're 1,000 square foot caretaker or a 15,000 square foot mansion that's filled to the rafters with folks that you know, year round.
Okay.
So, criteria for evaluating the application centers on compliance with county codes, and then they are enumerated here, as well as local or the pertinent local fire districts code, current registration for sales tax collection, presence of smoke and CO detectors and fire extinguishers, a sufficient amount of potable water to service the residents, and a functioning septic or wastewater collection system. And then, again, focusing on the appropriate number, whatever our calculation or calculus turns out to be, you know, certain number of per bedroom plus a fudge factor for families, or however we might want to adjudge that. And then any, if there is a limitation on the number of nights that are available for rental in the course of a year. Let's see, the availability of the owner or of the manager or the owner's agent during times that the property is rented, to be able to address any issues relating to complaints or the status and condition of the residents. Any satisfactory measures that have been taken to address safety concerns that have been brought to the applicant's attention, adequate parking plan for residents and guests, and as a final consideration, the degree that the rental operation will negatively affect or is detrimental to the character of the community or the neighborhood that the property is located in.
That's a hard one to assess.
Well, it's a great one to have, though.
That's what Redstone wants,
You know.
for sure. That's how it started.
Well, you know, and that's quite frankly, oftentimes what it comes down to for a liquor license or marijuana license. So that's sort of not quite so completely defined assessment of impacts.
Or growing hemp.
Yeah, for anything. When we deal with the criteria of the evaluation of the application itself, there are then a series of requirements that are fixed to any property that obtains a license. Then these requirements are associated with that property and are obligations of the owner. The license must be displayed in the residence, a copy of it. The licensee will continue to periodically inspect the functionality of the smoke and CO detectors and fire extinguishers that are in the residence. That they will maintain the current list of management personnel. In other words, if there's a changeover or, different people are now responding to issues related to the residence, we have to be kept informed of that. As well as current contact information for themselves. The licensee must maintain the residence in a state of compliance with all county codes and regulations. Ensure that the property is maintained in a neat and orderly and safe conditions at all times. Ensure that the renters and their guests do not cause excessive noise or other disturbances, disorderly conduct, or violation of any applicable law or regulation pertaining to the rental property that would adversely affect any other residents in the vicinity of the licensed property. The licensee must ensure that renters and guests do not park on county roadways or in any manner that would impede traffic on roadways or access or private access easements. The licensee must limit the number of guests and renters to whatever is specified. Let's see, have to be current with sales tax and property tax obligations. If the property is sold, we have to be notified of that. Then a notification must be placed within the residence to advise the renters and guests not to engage in any activity that would disturb the neighborhood. Give them instructions on the disposal of trash, the location for parking vehicles, as well as the local, which is in this case county animal control regulations, including picking up the poop and using the leash, as well as instructions on how to access the pick and alert system while the guests are and tenants are there, and as well as giving the renters contact information for the manager and the owner while they're there. Either the owner or the management personnel must be available at all times during the occupancy of the house by renters or guests to handle any problem or emergency during the rental period. And any manager must have the authority to respond to complaints and take whatever action is necessary. The owner or manager must advise the renters or the guests of any fire bans or restrictions as they become affected in the county. Fireplaces and wood stoves must be maintained and cleaned. Trash receptacles and recycle bins have to be provided, and bear-proof collection containers for the pickup, and instructions on the pickup is already addressed. Hot tubs, spas, and pools have to be tested and treated weekly, unless more stringent regulations are adopted by environmental health, county environmental health, or the state of Colorado. And then all information has to be updated during the term of the license so that we have accurate and updated information concerning the property. Any question on that stuff?
Patty.
John, I have one real quick one. Under item 12, place within the residence, I also think that at the time of reservations being made, that the person applying to stay there needs to, that information should go out before they get to town.
Yeah, good idea.
It shouldn't just be on the wall when they get there and say, oops, we bought a dog and no leash, or, so I think that information needs to be part of the rentor's application to rent.
Especially fire restrictions.
Yeah, so they're aware of all that stuff ahead of time.
This is great, John.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah. I have a couple points of feedback.
Alrighty.
Oh, sorry, John. Hold on. I got a few things. I would say, I wonder if it's helpful to have kind of a standard, like maybe in addition to an obvious posting place, have like another standard posting place, near near the door where you're given instructions to enter or something, so that if someone calls dispatch and is like, I don't know where I am, I don't know, like dispatch can say, oh, you need to go look by, this X place that everybody knows about to find that information. Just a suggestion. I think one of the other jurisdictions says within 5 feet of the front door. And then I also think we should add some language about, the having a 24-hour contact for the unit, and for, a person to be available and present to respond to anything within 24 hours, rather than just during the rental period. Because that could be, 2 weeks, and someone's like, oh, I'll come clean up the trash, when I get back from my fishing trip in 10 days. So those are 2 points that I think could be strengthened a bit.
I have a very
short,
and then Francie has something.
It's a very short question. It's actually a little irrelevant right now, but I don't want to forget about it, John. It's, is a lodging tax and a sales tax, are they different? And would these be taxed at a lodging rate or at a sales tax rate?
It's essentially the same, because the activity is essentially the same.
Okay.
The county sales tax burden would be the same, simply because there's no distinction or discrimination between those different types of facilities. What was the other aspect?
Well, I mean, I know that when you travel somewhere else, the lodging tax is sometimes like 18%, but sales tax is like 5% or something. So,
well, our municipalities have lodging or pillow taxes, and there are other assessments that are due, but those are only within our municipalities. They would not be affected or collected within the county. We do not have a lodge tax or a bed tax.
Greg.
Okay. Yeah, I think I asked this when this first came up months ago, and I just wondering how much research on how other communities are handling this have we actually done? I think to some extent, I love the idea of trying to align with the best practices from other communities as best we can, just so it doesn't make a complicated system. And the other suggestion I had that I thought was worth checking out is that the short-term rental companies, the VRBOs and Airbnbs and whomever else they are, might be a great resource, because they're handling these things all the time, and they are incentivized to be good neighbors and to follow the rules. I did have a chance to talk to a guy who's an executive at one of those Airbnb, perhaps, and he said, yeah, they're extremely interested in first, of course, perpetuating what they're doing, but also to be the best neighbors in these communities. So I think this is going to be pretty complicated, and you've done a very thorough job laying it out. I'd like us to be looking to see what others are doing, and also perhaps, and certainly to run it through to find out what best practices are considered by the SCR companies. I don't think we need to look at them as adversaries as much as allies, and I'd like to ask for that.
I looked at quite a few different jurisdictions. That's the beauty of having, regulations online. And what I tried to do is look at what made sense. There are a few jurisdictions that really went hog wild and did things that I thought were too much of an overreach, and so I didn't glean anything from them. And then there were then typically municipalities take the incredibly short and sweet approach, focusing only on whether or not you've registered for sales tax, and have gotten in the system to process collection. And that's usually the sum and substance of their, not only what would be an STR regulation, but all business licenses in general. So I've looked at quite a few, quite frankly, at some point, you have to just see what is unique about our own community and what we want to address. What I've done is I've hit on the things that I could think of, as well as common themes that were in other jurisdictions' regulations.
Great, thank you. It's good to know. It's good to know that you looked at the universe out there to see what else is happening. I think that's perhaps part of the reason why this is so thorough. So in that case, it's working. Thank you. Have you looked at any of the STR companies to see what their policies are, or what they? My guess is they even have recommendations, but I don't know that, or they would probably be happy to make them if we asked them.
I haven't contacted them, but I do know, just as a business practice, at least the larger ones do take a hand in trying to make sure a property is compliant with local regulations, simply because I guess they just don't want to have the bad experience of a bad a rental, of somebody being asked to leave in the middle of their stay or something like that. But they are definitely willing to cooperate and will disseminate local regulations, to the extent that they're capable, and to the extent that they can build it into their existing, business plan. So as this becomes law, it will be published out and given to at least the ones, the internet hospitality agencies, so to speak, that we're aware of.
So I have a couple of questions. Is it useful? I've seen other jurisdictions have required that the internet posting include the license number in their advertisement for that unit. And, that seems like it could be handy as far as an enforcement thing goes, if you're trying to sort of figure out, which units have complied with the licensing requirement and which ones haven't. Of course, people could just make up a 6-digit number and whatever. I just am wondering if that seems like that would have to be something we'd include in here, because you'd be telling the licensee, you need to advertise this whenever you have a solicitation. So maybe that's a question to suss out whether that is a useful tool or not for the future.
No, I think that's a great idea. I'll insert that. It makes total sense. I just assumed that the search would be done by address, but yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then I'm interpreting this as to applying to every single individual unit. And I want to anticipate the conversation perhaps with property managers who may want to say, hey, I'm managing 10 properties. I'd like to be the licensee. So just clarify for me, I can't think of too many multi-family type of unit complexes in the county that someone might say, well, I should just get one for the whole property. But I guess my preference would be that each unit is required to apply for a license, to sort of help with that clarity and distinction. And is that clear in these regulations?
Yeah, well, and the way these are set up is that only the owner can apply. A manager or agent cannot do it. It has to be on the owner's name or names. And the responsibility for the license is always with the owner, and not the property manager or rental agent or somebody, or a realtor or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
So if the individual property owner has more than one property to rent, then he has to file multiple applications. So one application, owners only, and the application and the license covers only one dwelling.
Okay, Greg?
Hey, John, I just wanted to relay, maybe Francie and Steve told us this last week, that was it 90% of the STRs in Summit County were actually owned by hedge funds or investment companies. And I remember I got after our first go around on this a while back, I received a call from a woman in the Valley who manages about a dozen homes in our community that are handled this way. And I'm not sure if it's owned by one big company or who knows. So when we're talking about the owner applying, we're talking perhaps about the owner's rep or the owner's attorney or the you know, it's not going to be an individual owner, I think, in some cases. So I don't know how that applies.
It wasn't
If the
hedge fund
owner is a
owners, it
non-natural
wasn't that.
person.
It was just 90% were not owner occupied. They were not local people, but it didn't say hedge fund or anything like that. It could be an individual.
So the way it would work is if it's a non-natural person who owns the property, then the officer of that entity would have to sign off on the application as the owner. Okay?
Got it.
And I think as we go forward, we'll probably observe 2 or 3 different larger classes of residential rentals, evidenced by the family that takes a vacation and while they're gone tries to rent their house out for a couple of weeks or 4 weeks, or the family that goes and visits family or friends and rents their house out for the Christmas holidays or something like that, versus a more or a broader approach to renting out residents for a longer period of time, either because they have a second residence to go to or because the owner is not a natural person that ever lives there whatsoever. So I'm sure we'll see all manner of variations to those themes. Okay, so race through here. The terms of the license, renewal, and the fees. The fees are to be set by the licensing authority, and that will be reflective of basically the time that they're taking, the cost of administration, and so forth, but they will be set with consultation with the board. That way we are not having to run through an ordinance procedure just to adjust or fine-tune the fees that are assessed to applications, original applications, or renewals. Let's see.
Is there a range? Do we have did you happen to find out from these other communities that are doing this what the license range would be?
I did.
I look at regulations, but I don't know what the volume of licenses are. So that, that dictates a lot as far as what an individual fee might be. Just as the scale of economies of the program change.
I think
But in
Francie
looking
has
at
some
Aspen,
data.
you're about $500. I'm sorry, go ahead, Francie.
In Summit Canyon, it was $35 to $75.
I bet you we're going to be about $500 with 150 renewal. Just guessing.
That's just terms of scale.
So, well, in Summit, if Summit has tens of thousands of rental units, then the scale of their economy sort of changes what they have to assess at fees.
Yeah.
If you want to have a renewal, you have a 60-day window to do it, 30 days before the expiration and 30 days after. Otherwise, the application must be for a brand new or original license. Let's see. The licensing authority, as an additional provision here, may refer an application to the board at any time and for any reason. That covers any number of ills that might come up during the process or the execution of the procedures for licensing. Let's see.
Kelly.
Francie?
I think that's it for that.
John, I'm wondering if we should have our fees, and this, of course, is up to the licensing authority, but dependent on the number of bedrooms. Because I'm thinking about one of my neighbors who rents out their tiny little sort of mother-in-law unit, and $500 for them would be pretty steep. But if you have a corporate house that has 5 bedrooms and it's rented out all the time, then maybe $500 isn't enough. So maybe it could be a sliding scale depending on the size of the unit.
Then we'd have to go out and inspect the units to find out if they're telling us the truth on how many bedrooms.
Well, yes, that's true, but we're gonna have to do that anyway at some point.
Well,
I mean,
not necessarily.
If we have enforcement.
Well, I think that's further discussion, but for me, if you're renting your place for $500 a night, to pay a $500 fee one time and $150 the next time might be affordable.
Well, that's an Aspen thing. That's not gonna happen in Crystal Valley.
I bet they're-
$500? I don't think so. I've looked, because we had a V-Guard.
Well, anyway,
so,
bigger discussion, but I think that.
Yeah.
And it will come back to the board.
Yeah.
All right.
The next section is an inspection by virtue of the application and the issuance of a license. If the applicant gets a license, they're consenting to having their property inspected by the county at any time with 48 hours notice. No signs on the residential properties other than address signs. And the last section is on violations. So if a complaint is received by the county, is then routed internally to the licensing authority. And at the first instance, the licensing authority would contact the owner to say, here is a complaint dealing with such and such, please correct it. And the owner would have the opportunity to correct that. If the complaint persists or if there's a repeat complaint of the violation, then the licensing authority or the county attorney's office will investigate it if appropriate. So if the complaint seems a bit off the wall, we don't have to tie ourselves to investigating anything that comes in. If, however, it seems reasonable or something that needs to be looked in, then that will happen. If the investigation yields a reasonable grounds to believe that a violation of the license or of this code has occurred, then a hearing will be held in front of the county's hearing officer to determine whether or not there has been a violation. If a violation has been found, then the BOCC will determine the appropriate penalty. And the penalties will range from $0 to $1,000 per occurrence, plus suspension or other restriction to the license or revocation of the license. And then finally, the cost of enforcement are assessed to the licensee. All right. That was a lot of talking.
That was really good
It's an
work.
important
John.
topic.
Really good work.
Okay, I've noted just sort of some outstanding questions that either we need more input on or we need to figure out as a board, as well as some direction we need to agree on, I think. So the questions I have are, we need to figure out the timing for when we can make this effective and whether we can phase the effective dates. For example, if you're doing it now, you should be paying taxes now, and the licensing date will start from whatever date forward we think we're able to stand up this program. We have to decide what our occupancy limit is. I think that was an outstanding question I heard. Is it what number per bedroom, et cetera? Is it based on some other metric, trash, parking? And John, I guess I'll look to you to figure out if we should have that conversation now. And then what will the fee be? That will come back to the board, and are there different ways to define the fee? And then we need some guidance from the county manager's office about where the licensing authority program and staffing would best live. And I think our board needs to decide if we need to give direction about some supplemental funding to start the program off. So those are the things I have noted. So John Ely, what additional information do you need from us in discussion right now?
I need whatever the board can tell me. If one of these items, Kelly, that you've mentioned is not something that is quickly resolved, then quite frankly, I'll just draft something into the ordinance that appears in front of the board at first reading and allow the board to comment on that, and allow the public to comment on it, and allow the board to change it as appropriate. So I can sort of fill in the blanks myself, but the more the board can tell me, then chances are the fewer the changes we'll have to make at the time of first reading.
I have one thing on one of them.
Francie, go ahead.
I did note early in our conversation when we were talking about, like Patty had suggested, some people rent these out way in advance. So I thought maybe we could come up with a system that exempted current reservations. They could honor those reservations as long as by the time those reservations came into effect, they did have their license, unless it's like next week. I mean, you know, so we could have something that would allow people to continue with their current reservations while we're working on this and while their application is being considered and that sort of thing, so that they don't have to cancel reservations that they have, which might negatively affect future reservations.
That's a good point, but there is no proscription on maintaining reservations or even taking reservations if you're not licensed. Only to advertising for reservations, so that we can get ahead of the property being marketed. So I think that we have to judge how quickly we can turn the process around. I think it's incumbent upon us, I think, to timely process an application for a license and then issue the license or not, and have that process complete so that the person or the homeowner, the property owner, can continue to honor previously made reservations. So if we have this regulation go into effect, 90 days out or 120 days out, or whatever time makes sense, then those reservations after that time and before that time continue to work. But that means you better come in, you better apply for the license, receive your license, so that after 90 days or 120 days, you can continue to honor those reservations and continue to rent the residents out.
Okay, I get that.
But if we're going to get bogged down in this process and not be able to turn an application around and issue a license, and it's going to, in a matter of weeks, it's going to take us months, then perhaps we should push it out further. And that's a little bit of the unknown, because we don't know what kind of numbers we're going to see on applications coming in. However, I would think that we should be able to, given the criteria here, that we should be able to turn it around relatively quickly, at least on these initial applications.
I have one quick.
Okay, Patty and then Greg?
Yeah, John, I have one quick one about denial of applications. They can appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. We need to monitor that, because if we get a bunch of denials, it could take up every hour of the Board of Commissioners' time. So maybe we need to look at the hearing officer review. I think that's when we might need to just play by ear to see how many denials come through and how much time it takes for the BOCC to hear all of those.
Yeah, those are good points, Patty. That's why I left it for the hearing officer to make the decision of whether or not there's a violation, and the licensing authority as to whether or not to issue the license, just because, that's not how we do it with alcohol and marijuana. And I thought that, it might be too time-consuming for the board. But then I thought you might want to be hearing the appeals just so that you have your hands on the effect of the regulation, and you can see for yourselves how this thing works or doesn't work.
Okay. So it's an educational experience for all, and in 3 months, if we've taken 3 months of hearing time, we can amend the ordinance to provide for a different process.
Something has to do.
Okay, thanks, John.
So Greg, Steve, and then Francie.
Well, I was just going to propose we push it out to the beginning of the next ski season, which would be November 1st or November 15th or something like that, end of October, which would give the community time to absorb it and digest it and give us feedback, give us time to understand what we're getting into and get some serious idea of just how many. Maybe it won't be that big an issue, but I don't think we're in a giant rush. So that I would recommend just give ourselves the time so that we're not going to rush in and implement something and then suffer the consequences if things don't go well.
Thank you.
Kelly, can I
Hold on. Well, Steve and then Francie.
Well, I
and then
wanted
come
to
back,
tag on to
Patty.
Greg real quick, so.
In terms of the application fee, I would argue in favor of a more modest fee than the $500 suggested. other counties put a very modest registration fee on. They want people to register their properties, and they don't want an impediment to that. And I think maybe, based on what Francie said, maybe $100 per bedroom or something like that. So if somebody has a 1-bedroom thing, they would pay $100. If they have a 5-bedroom house, it would be $500, and so on. We really would be making money off of the sales tax revenue, not off collecting the fee for the people registering. So that's why I would favor a more modest fee, because we want people to register their houses. Also, we might have something in there about the obligation to pay the sales tax begins on the effective date of the thing goes into effect. If somebody does not register their property and is collecting money, and then they come in to register it at a later date, they would be responsible for paying the tax on what they were renting in the meantime. This would be an incentive for people to get signed up at the beginning. If someone there would be an appeal process in that. I would think if someone absolutely didn't know for some reason that we had this regulation in effect, should they be paying the sales tax on something that they weren't aware that they needed to do it? So I think an appeal process in that would be a logical step.
Okay, thanks, Steve. We are going to have to wrap this up, so I do want to just, Francie, if you have a quick comment, Patty, and then John, and we'll have to bring all of our further questions to a future discussion.
Okay. That's what I was saying at the beginning, is how do we let people know this? Because not everybody reads the newspaper, and so I think that it might be incumbent on us to notify all homeowners in the county. I don't know exactly how we would do that, but it would be only fair. And then the other thing is, I'm wondering if we're hiring staff for this specifically, whether or not we need to make a site visit at least at the time of the application, because I'm just picturing, people who live in a fire danger area, all kinds of things. You can picture what I'm talking about. So anyway, that's another thing, is that I do think it wouldn't be bad for us to allow for a site visit, depending on the number of applications, of course, but.
Okay, thank you. Francie, Patty.
I just think we need more time for further discussion, even before John brings us back. We don't have time. I still have a lot of questions, a lot of comments that I can't get in the next 10 seconds. So I think we need to move it forward. I think we still have some unanswered issues, and I would rather us schedule another half an hour a work session time to bring it back and filter it out before we make decisions to move it forward as to a first reading on a public hearing.
Okay. And I'll also know, I know there are people watching from home with great interest. You're welcome to write any of your comments and suggestions into us at BOCC@pickenscounty.com. And we hold public comment at noon on Wednesdays of our regular work session, or our regular sessions. Our next one is tomorrow. So please feel free to also either come in person for the meeting, or to join us on Zoom, or call in if you want to comment on this topic as well. Because yes, it's very detailed and it has impact. Okay, so with that, John, is that okay? Do you need additional?
Sounds like a great idea. I think, Kelly, we can just look for a date that works on a work session and put it on there for continued discussion.
Great, thank you.
I know you guys have an interview.
We do.
She's right there.
At 2:30, so we can conclude this if it's the board's wish.
Yes, thank you. All right, we'll find time to keep this moving forward, and thanks, John, for all your work, and the board for all your input. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks,
So
John.
with that, let's move on. We'll start a couple of citizen board interviews that we have this afternoon. And I think I saw Charlotte on there. If you want to kick us off on the first one here, believe we have Christine Ramillo for P&Z and Charlotte Anderson to present this board interview.
Yes. Thank you, Kelly. We do have Christine Ramella here, and she is applying for a position on planning and zoning. We do have one more applicant who we will schedule to interview on July 6th. And then you would also, well, James Vicente has submitted an application to be reconsidered. So I will be forwarding that interview to you between now and July 6th. And I think Cindy and Ellen are both here too if you have questions specifically about the board.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Christine, welcome. Thank you for applying to serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission. It is probably one of our most important boards, though all of our board appointees put in a ton of effort. We really appreciate your interest in this. And generally how we conduct the interviews is we'll invite you to talk about yourself and your qualifications and your interest in the board, and then we'll do a roundtable with commissioners to ask you some questions. And then once we have interviewed kind of all the candidates for the open position, the board will have a conversation about who we wish to appoint, and Charlotte will communicate with you throughout the process about the status of your application. Does that sound good?
Great, yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome. Go right ahead. Nice to meet you.
Thanks. Great to meet everyone as well, and happy to be here. Excited to interview for the position. So my general interest, I went to the University of Colorado. I actually started out in engineering and started out kind of working with engineering firms with planning and zoning, civil engineering, and architectural engineering. I actually ended up going into business and getting my MBA from the University of Colorado. So I moved out of that specific realm, but have always been very interested in it. And when I moved into finance, I actually worked in Denver with a company called CH2M Hill, which is a pretty big engineering firm as well. And then moved on from there. I worked for KPMG and moved on from there and kind of have built my finance career around a lot of real estate, finance, et cetera. So when I moved to Aspen, I saw that I spoke to a lot of people, have a lot of friends, and realized that the planning and zoning is a pretty big deal in Aspen, and I want to do what I can to help grow the community and to help, keep it the way it is while still keeping kind of a sustainable idea in mind and growing the community as well. So wanted to see a way I could help, and friends told me planning and zoning was a great board to join. So applied, and I'm here now, and just interested in getting to know more and hearing y'all's questions. So that's me.
All right, Christine, thank you. And I will open it up to the board for questions. Steve.
So, Christine, thank you so much for applying for this job. The members of the P&Z are really the most unsung heroes in our community, in my estimation. I have a couple of questions. One, you are I think the Chief Financial Officer of the Elmo and Alfreda Scholarship Fund in Chicago.
Yeah.
How did you get involved in that, and what does that entail?
So actually, that's a scholarship fund in honor of my grandparents. So they were, my grandmother, they both were in World War II. My grandmother ended up being a nurse and working for the community. My grandfather was a police officer, so they served their communities throughout their lifetime. And when they passed away, we decided to create a scholarship fund. And so we just ensure that every year we can give a scholarship to those in their community, which we were able to establish. And so I get a little emotional talking about them, but that's what it is.
it's exactly for that, and my job is to kind of ensure that we're able to give the scholarship every year, so.
Okay, so you're not spending half your time in Chicago managing that. It's
No.
maybe once or twice a year you
Yeah,
may be able to just do it from Aspen, to manage that.
Yeah, we meet once a quarter, so, and then we pick, scholarships, the people who win the scholarship, and then we just ensure that the fund is sustaining itself, so.
Okay, thanks for that information. I want to get a sense of your general feeling about growth management, about what should be the maximum size of houses in our community, which currently 15,000 is the maximum house size, and the P&Z and the commissioners are considering reducing that maximum house size. So what's your general feeling about growth management?
Yeah, I mean, I think in my opinion, I prefer just personally smaller homes that you can live in, what you build what you need. I think as far as Aspen is concerned, the kind of core of Aspen, extremely large houses, I don't think it really fits with the aesthetic of the town personally. So I think it would be kind of a case-by-case basis, but in my opinion, a 15,000 square foot home is probably the biggest I would ever recommend for the core of Aspen. Maybe there's people who have a ranch or have a reason for wanting a larger home outside of Aspen, but I think that's my general feel on that.
So just, yeah, and for your information, our Planning and Zoning Board doesn't deal with municipalities of Aspen or the town of Snowmass Village or the town of Basalt.
Yep.
Which are our municipalities. It's the unincorporated part of the county that the regulations apply to. Some of which, seem like they're part of Aspen, but they're actually in the county just outside the city limits.
Yep.
Other questions for Christine?
Sure.
Francie?
Hi, Christine. Thank you so much for applying for this very important position in Pitkin County. I wonder if you could explain to me what transaction services are.
Yeah, of course. So transaction services are helping with deals, basically. So if somebody is buying something, I help them decide if it's a good thing to buy, if it's a good investment, if they're going to get what they are hoping from the asset or whatever they're investing in. And then once they do invest in it, we help make sure that transaction runs smoothly. And then post-transaction, if it's a business, we'll say, okay, here's a few things we think might help you run the business better. And here's a way that you can grow your business a little bit better. So that's, in a nutshell, transaction services.
And so your experience has been in business within corporations?
Yes, I wouldn't call them, yes, corporations, but it's all different sorts. So professional services are partnerships typically, sole proprietorships, LLCs, et cetera. So
9Gauge Partners, is that your family business or is that a corporation you work for? Where are they located? And tell me a little bit about that. And then also I'd love to just hear about your experience in Aspen and what gets you excited about living in our valley.
Yeah, so 9Gauge Partners is a partnership. I helped start it about 8 years ago, and it's national, so we really work from anywhere. But yeah, it's now kind of grown to about 100 people, and we help in all facets of business and in all different industries as well. Like I said, I've worked in real estate quite a bit, and financial services. So that's kind of 9Gauge, and I want to make sure I answered that question fully. Okay. And my experience in Aspen, actually, so like I said, went to the University of Colorado. I grew up in Chicago, but always loved Colorado and always knew It was one of my favorite places, and have been coming to visit since I was little. And then, you know, came to visit over and over, and then about 2 years ago came for the summer and just decided that this was where I wanted to be, and decided not to leave. And so my experience in Aspen is very much outdoors person. I love the nature. I love all of our parks and paths and different opportunities to be outside and to enjoy the city. So I ski in the winter, I ride bikes, I hike, I really just take advantage of everything, you know, we have to offer. So I love it and love living here and see myself here for the foreseeable future, which is another reason I really want to get involved and help build the community. So.
Great, thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just want to also thank you for applying. Always appreciate it when people reach out to be on our boards and our commissions. And I do appreciate the manner in which you ask the appropriate questions that have been asked to you by my board. And I'm going to turn it back to Kelly. But again, my thanks.
And I'll ask Christina, you know, we are having a dialogue here. This board is very seriously committed to climate action and, you know, really looking at how our land use, you know, really just legitimately, how do we use our lands? How do we build? What does our built environment look like? And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the intersection of those two topics.
So climate change and how we use our land currently in Aspen. So, I mean, to me, I personally think that Aspen's kind of amazing how it is. I would lean more towards, you know, of course there's going to be change and we need to embrace change, and that's super important, but I kind of lean towards it's a fabulous community already, and every addition to it we'll need to take a look at and ensure that it aligns with what our community and what our people want. As far as climate change and building, obviously they kind of are at an intersection of it's a little bit difficult to mix those two, but I think as long as we think through and are as sustainable as we can be with the building, with anything new that we add, I think then as long as we look at it through that lens and think about it through that lens, I think we're, you know, going to be serving our community to the best that we can be. So.
Great, thank you. Well, I appreciate, Steve, you want to follow up? Go ahead.
Yeah, one more question. We have a transferable development rights program in Pickens County. TDRs is the acronym for them. Are you familiar with the TDR program, and have you had to deal with them with your different clients that you've worked with here?
I am familiar with the program. I do understand it's additional square footage that you can buy, correct? Basically transferred from one resident or homeowner to another. I have not dealt with it specifically with any clients. Yeah, I think those were your two questions, correct? Is there any other parts of the question?
No, I just wanted to see if, you know, if you're familiar, how familiar you are with it, and so yeah, thanks for your answer.
Yeah.
And Christine, I'd love, as we wrap up, if you have any closing remarks you'd like to make, please go ahead.
Sure, of course. I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you for taking the time to interview me, and just really excited to see how I can help and what I can do. If anyone has any follow-up questions, happy to answer them. And thank you for today.
Wonderful, thank you. And Charlotte will continue to be in touch with you about the application process. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. All right, and then we have our next citizen board interview, and I think an in-person one at that.
Yay.
So, come on up.
Just make sure her mic's on over here.
Can I get like a 10 seconds? I just have to change the tape.
Oh, sure. Okay, we're gonna have a little 10-second break for grassroots to change tape.
You can sit here, and we got a mic here for you. Do you want to come up and? Okay. Hi.
Hi.
He's just changing a date over.
Oh.
So you know we're on Grassroots TV.
You look very nice. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a good day.
yeah.
Good day for it. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Lisa.
Right.
Healthy Community Fund.
Thank
How
you.
are
What's your last name again, Lisa?
Yorker.
Yorker. Thank you. It's so nice to see you.
Nice to
yeah,
see
thanks
you
for
too.
being
Nice
here.
to, nice to have everybody in the room. Yeah, it's great.
It's just overwhelming. We all got together at Human Services today and had a little lunch outside.
Oh, nice.
I know, it was wild.
Human Resources had a thing today too.
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
You're good. Okay. Okay, I think we are all back now, and we're going to move on to our second citizen board interview with Kiara Gonzalez. I hope I said that right. Yeah. And Charlotte, if you want to go ahead. Lisa Yorker is also here in the room with us, so either Charlotte or if you want to do the intro or pass it over to Lisa, I'll leave that up to you.
Well, I'll just start welcoming Kiara. She has applied, and I'm glad Lisa's there. She can answer any questions specifically about the board that you might have. And there are 2 youth vacancies. We have another applicant on July 13th. So, you know, these vacancies come open frequently because we have kids that are graduating. So I will leave it with Kelly, and Lisa can answer any specific questions about the board.
Okay, great. So we're talking about the Citizen Grant Review Committee, right? And Lisa, did you want to give a little preview about the youth board positions?
It's been, as long as I've been, this is my 6th year, and the youth members are, we love our youth members. I mean, you guys have a perspective that no one else has, and you give insight into programs that we don't know that much about, things that affect you and your peers, and we love having you in the group, and it's a really wonderful group, and they're very welcoming, and you learn a lot about the Valley, and we just really appreciate you offering, so thank you.
All right, thank you. So Kiara, thank you for applying, and we're thrilled to have you here today. And we would just invite you to talk about what your interests are and why you want to join this board, and then we'll open it up for commissioners to ask you some questions. And that usually takes up our 15 minutes. So it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, my name is Kiara, and I like to write, and I really like to volunteer. I'm volunteering at the thrift store now that they opened it again, and I'm trying to do English in Action again as well, that I did like 2 years ago or so. But I really like volunteering, and I think that's also why I want to be part of this committee, because I like, I guess, volunteering and stuff a lot. And since they work a lot with nonprofits, I think it can be very nice and help me look at like new nonprofits in the Valley. And like Miss Yorker said, like it can help me be able to help my peers like get their voices heard and see how I see things. Also as a part of the Latino community, like in this Valley, like help them as well. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll invite our board members to ask you some questions. Patty.
Thank you. Thank you for applying. We're always excited when we have youth volunteers. And on a side note, I ran into Steve Wicks. Steve Wicks sits on the board and on the Healthy Community Grant Board. And he was excited because he said the youth bring something so special, and they are so good at looking through every application and bringing up things that the rest of the members don't usually think of because you have a different perspective. So we're excited. And in looking at, by the way, your resume you attached was very well written. I loved what you had to say. I have one question. What is a rising junior?
Oh, Sorry, it's just like going from sophomore year to.
So you'll be a junior next year?
Yeah.
That's what I
We
thought.
get her for 2 years.
Okay,
Yeah,
we,
just
that's
'cause-
what I wanted to clarify. She wasn't rising to be a senior, she's rising from a sophomore to a junior.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do like it when, you don't have to commit to the 2 years, but we love it when you stay for 2 years.
Yeah.
So again, thanks for applying.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Francie.
Yes, thank you so much for applying, and I also thoroughly enjoyed reading your resume. It's quite obvious that you like to write and that you've gotten really good at it. And I was a teacher for a very long time, and one of the things I taught was middle school literature. And in literature, I had the kids write for almost every book we read. We read about 9 books a year. So I've read a lot of writing by youth, and I also am really interested in it, and I'm really impressed by your writing, and I love it that you're interested in writing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Francie. Greg?
Hi, Kiara. Thanks for coming in. This is great. I'm sorry I'm not there in person with you. I was just looking at your resume also, and I love it. And yes, it's very professional and well put together. There was something in here that struck my interest, and it was about one of your habits, or one of your favorite things is collecting cans. You're going to have to go into detail on that for me.
I drink a lot of Monster, which I know isn't healthy, but I drink a lot of Monsters and a bunch of like green teas and stuff. And so in my room, I have a wall with just cans. I have like 51, I think, so far. And so that's what I like to do.
It's a design thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the designs are so cool.
Fine. I love it. And then just wondering what music you're going to listen to, and will you be introducing it to some of our other board members who probably could use a refreshment on what's cool right now?
Yeah, I listen to a lot of different types of music. I listen like to music in Spanish and stuff. And a lot of like, I guess really like deep music. Like I like rap, but some of it is like very like, I guess like meaningful and stuff. And so I don't know, I feel like music really helps me see things in a different way in both languages.
Right.
So.
And it's really great that you're bilingual and able to communicate. Writing and speaking in Spanish is probably going to be very helpful, and I think that's a great thing. Thanks.
Steve?
So I'm also impressed with your resume. I'm a perpetual volunteer. I have to tell a funny story to everybody right now. I was very shy in high school, and when my junior class was building the float for the homecoming, I did not go to help build the float. And I felt so bad about that I decided right then, whenever I had an opportunity to volunteer for something, that I was able to do that I would be a volunteer. And so I've spent the whole rest of my life since junior class in high school volunteering for a wide variety of different things that I've done in my life. So you're getting started at a younger age than I did on being a volunteer. That's commendable. So I want to make sure that you're aware of the time frame for when the applications are looked at early in the fall, sort of at the beginning of the school year. And Lisa could fill you in on that, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of the time commitment is a short period of, looking at lots and lots of different applications for the grants from a wide variety of nonprofit groups, all the way from Parachute, I think, clear up to the Aspen area. And Lisa, maybe you could expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit because you were asking about the time.
Yeah.
And so the deadline this year is on the 9th, and because we have a new software process, it will turn it around quicker, we're hoping, and you'll be able to start reading them all, like middle of August at the latest. So you'll have at least a month to 6 weeks to read them. So
Before the review.
the time is not super short, but there's a lot to read, but we'll help you in any way we can. So
Thank you.
And then I'll ask you two questions. I'll ask an easy one and a more thought-provoking one, I guess. So, the thought-provoking one is, you know, we're really coming out of like a transformational time with coming out of a pandemic and looking at Black Lives Matters and the movement towards equity. And so I'm curious as to how, you know, those kind of social issues might cause you to look at applications for funding when they come before the board, and what you expect to see, like what people might need and how, you know, this history that we're living could affect your view. And then my easy question is, what's your favorite subject in school? So you can take them in either order.
Okay, well, my favorite subject, I don't actually really have one. I think if anything, it'd be math, because I normally somewhat understand it. This year was a bit harder, but I think if anything, it's math. And then with the other one, I feel like being part of this generation that helped, I guess, a lot with like social movements and having to go to school during a pandemic and everything, I think it can really help. Like me, when I look at the applications and be like, okay, well, me as someone who is living this as a young person, like how can that affect my future, and how can these grants, or how can these organizations help me in the future and help other people that are going through the same thing in the future. And then, like I said, since I feel like obviously I'm part of a minority with being Latina, I think it can help me look at those different like cultural things and help me see different communities and how they can work together.
Awesome, thank you.
Good answer.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions for Kiara?
I have a real
Hey,
quick.
go ahead.
I actually have a question for Steve. So, your senior year, did you help build the homecoming float?
What about the homecoming float?
Did you help build it for your senior year? If you failed to build it your junior year, did you help with your senior year? That's critical. Is this...
Yeah, I believe I did go for senior year to help build the float. I started collecting cans right away in a different fashion. Collecting cans off the roadside and recycling them was my can collection, which I'm still doing that every chance I get.
We have to see a picture of that wall.
Yeah. Oh, I have a picture. I can show you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And Lisa and Charlotte will communicate with you. I think we'll probably do the other interview and then make our formal board appointments. But we really appreciate you applying.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be great to have two youth.
And then we skipped over our break. So is everyone okay if we take a 10-minute break right now?
That'd be great.
Perfect. Okay.
Thanks, Kiara.
All right. So Grassroots, we'll be back at 10 after 4. Thank you.
Oh my God, it's so pretty. I want to see it too. Whoops. Where'd it go?
Yeah, I have 51, but my count.
I have a granddaughter.
Okay, welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 22nd. We're towards the end of our agenda where we're discussing future agendas and open discussion. And so I will turn to, hi Phyllis, if you have any future agenda updates for us.
Hi, Kelly. There is nothing in the notes for today for me for future agendas.
Okay. Board members, Steve.
So I've had a discussion with Daphne Gervais from CCI staff, and she is wondering if we are going to do a resolution to oppose the Initiative 16, the pause initiative. I think there is a count of 48 counties now have officially come out in opposition to that initiative. I really want to come out and, officially oppose that initiative. It would be devastating to Colorado agriculture, and it's just the wrong way to try to have, a statewide ballot initiative to manage wildlife or manage agriculture or different things like that is really the wrong way to go about doing it. But if this thing should happen to pass, it would affect agriculture, it would affect pet owners, it would affect hunters, it would affect virtually everybody in the whole state. It would even affect people who are vegetarians because it would hurt agriculture so bad that even food production for humans would be damaged by the effects of, really killing large segments of agriculture in the state. So I would like us to, do just a one page, it doesn't have to be a very long resolution, in opposition to the Initiative 16.
So Steve, I'm happy to have that conversation. I was trying to look up, I thought that I heard that the Supreme Court invalidated the ballot title for it. Because it violated the
Just
single
yesterday,
subject
they
rule.
did that. Daphne says it will take them about a month to come up with, the reason it was invalidated was they had more than one issue on the thing. Now we might want to wait and see what they come up with for the exact issue that they bring back in the new one before we take a position, because that's kind of what I was waiting for too.
Okay. Is that to me seems like the better path to figure out what exactly might go on the ballot and then take a position. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds more like us. We're waiting till we get all the information before we make a decision. And we don't have all the information yet.
Patty?
I have a question though. If it's a ballot initiative and they're changing the title of the ballot or the language of the ballot, question, doesn't it have to start over in a process again? They can't just get it approved to put on a ballot, then decide it's not constitutional, and then just change it and put it back on the ballot. There's got to be a time frame for a process. So, and it's for the November ballot?
Well, they needed 600 signatures initially. I believe it was 600, right, Steve? And they got them. So do they have to start that process over again if they have a new name? Would that be part of the?
That's what I'm asking,
November.
exactly,
Yeah.
because when you sign a petition, it's got the exact language and the exact title on it.
Yeah, so-
I don't know if you can change the rules in the middle of the ballgame and move it forward without having to go back. Anyway, that's a question which I'm sure will come up, but I agree that we should wait till we know what's happening before we make a decision one way or the other.
That's a good question, and I think that they probably would have to start over on gathering signatures. I don't think they're going for this fall, but for a year and a half from now, giving them plenty of time to go through the whole process they need to. I'd be perfectly willing to wait until, they come up with a new title for it and we know more about it at that point. And I could pass that on to Daphne, that's what, we're just gonna wait until then. I think there's plenty of time for us to come out in opposition in terms of when they're doing publicity, the public campaign, letting the public know about, the different issues and who's for and who's against and all that.
Well, I think it would be good for us to sign on this one as well, just to be on the record, even if it's, I don't see any need to wait. We could do this and then we could do that. And if there's already 48 counties on board, wouldn't you like to be one of them?
I want to see the language before I agree to. I haven't seen the language and all that.
Oh, I have. You haven't seen it?
No, I want to see what they have before them now and
Okay.
what got
So
thrown
maybe
out.
we
why.
could- Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I would like to have Picken County's name on there with all the other counties who have signed on to date. Because just to show support for all the agricultural counties, that's their basis of their whole economy. And that would be showing, like solidarity with them if we signed off on it now.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Greg?
I would just say, yeah, I would be willing to certainly sign on to say we're against it as it's currently written or something like that. It sounds like a really well-intentioned but poorly thought out and damaging bill and in its current form. So I would sign on with that.
Steve, can you bring something to open discussion tomorrow for us to look at? Okay.
Send it on to
Certainly.
somebody that can send it to us.
Yeah, if you can forward it to Charlotte to send out to the rest of us, and then we can revisit it after all looking at the same thing.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. Other items for future agendas, Patty?
Yeah, I have one future agenda, and I didn't know if I'd sent it on to everyone individually, so I just sent it to Charlotte again, asking her to send it on in her Charlotte manner. It's the invitation to the presentation of the mountain migration study that Northwest undertook with lots of involvement with Ellen Cisano and Cindy Hubin, et cetera, from Picken County. It's scheduled for June 30th. It's a virtual presentation. I think it's in the afternoon. I don't have the times and stuff in front of me, but I wanted to let you guys know. Actually, I might have the time. You should be getting an invitation. You need to sign up for it. So I just wanted to give everybody the opportunity to be part of it on the 30th.
What is it again?
It's the mountain migration study. It's a study they did about people who are migrating into mountain communities as a result of COVID, et cetera.
Oh.
The impacts, et cetera. So, or just people moving here in general, regardless of the pandemic. So, I haven't. The study just came out, so Ellen just sent a copy on to me, and I'll make sure if you guys want. I think I might have sent that to you guys individually already.
Today?
Yeah.
And Kelly, I might mention, I think Charlotte just sent that out. It's from 3 to 5 on the 30th
Right.
to the BOCC.
Thank you, Rich.
And then,
You are welcome.
I have a couple of items that I want to make sure we get calendared. So just from today, the summer supplemental discussions, particularly about the grants management position, and then any other supplementals that Connie wants to discuss in a work session. We need to find another, I think probably hour on short-term rental licensing regulation to get all of our questions clarified. And then the housing impact fee, I was joining you from Buena Vista, so I thought that the direction there was to bring it back on a first ordinance or a first reading, and we would further discuss all of that then. Is that the correct direction?
I just remember that
Either way, we need to get that scheduled,
Yeah.
whatever the follow-up is, if it's a second work session or a third work session time or a first reading of an ordinance. I'd like to see that come back quickly.
Yeah, because I remember we wanted you to be able to participate in one of those other discussions that we had.
I thought we were done with that.
No, we're not done with it yet.
I'm ready to pass it. Come
Me
on.
too.
first,
We
bring
know
it
the
to
manner in
ordinance.
which she wants
I
to pass
thought
it.
we
I
did
just might
pass
not be
it.
there that yet.
Things take
Well,
so
that's why I thought we were
long.
gonna just bring it to an ordinance and then that's where
With
we
my
make our
suggestion,
decisions.
not yours, so.
You know? So yeah, if we could clarify that with the attorney's office and get that calendared pretty quickly, that would be great. And that's all I have, I think, for future agendas. Greg, I see a hand from you? Yeah, go ahead.
Just wondering, I don't know when we're going to hear from Valerie McDonald or anyone else regarding fire. And I recall we had it on the agenda, but they pushed it, and you have to remind me, did we actually have that meeting? Did I miss it? Or when is that coming back around? I think looking over the ridge at the Sylvan Lake fire drives the point home that it's never too soon to talk about fire safety, fire mitigation, and spread the word to the community about having a go bag ready if you happen to be in unincorporated Pickens County and anywhere near something that could catch fire. I want to make sure that that's front and center and that we get it back soon. And I also see we've got something for the rest of the day regarding the cameras later on today, which is great. And was there one other thing on there? Yeah, regarding the EOTC, I know the EOTC, David was working on getting a pilot project for a food truck or a farm stand or a coffee cart out at the intercept lot. And I see that has been pushed off now till 2022 or something like that. And I just wanted to have a chat about it because I think it might make sense to give it a try this year if we possibly could, and find out why it's being delayed. Thank you.
Can I?
Hold on, Greg, do you want that to come back before we have our EOTC prep meeting in July? It's in 2 weeks, I think.
You know, I think, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is it'd be nice to be briefed on that beforehand. Don't need to bring it up at EOTC if we get it sorted out before then. Thanks.
Okay. Patty?
Yeah, so maybe we can just ask Dave to send a memo for, just include us in on a memo. I don't think we need work session time. I think it has something to do with the construction time frame, but I think that's the best of my memory, but.
Well, did we ever get anywhere on the Buttermilk parking lot thing about, remember that whole discussion about the Buttermilk parking lot?
Ski company withdrew their request to use the parking lot.
Was that through the EOTC?
No, that was between us and the ski company. But I did have something about, Greg, what was fire mitigation? In talking with John Peacock and with Valerie, I think the plan is to bring forward, Greg, you had asked for some kind of mapping of the hot spots and areas that might be prime for mitigation. Kevin Warner has that information, and it was my understanding that that was going to be the focus of a meeting to bring back and show what's in the plans, what we need help on to start those mitigation efforts in the WUI, which is the urban interface areas. So, because that mapping has already been done, so that was it, and I don't know if it's...
That's great, and I'd like to certainly make sure that Aspen Fire District is involved in that, because their map has become very useful for looking at individual pieces of property with, they actually have fire hazard ratings on them. And I think people are finding that useful, and maybe it's a good time to bring them in as well for that conversation. And then I'm thinking about hiring a herd of goats to eat everything in Brush Creek in the meantime.
You better ask your neighbors about that. But that being said, it also impacts the Roaring Fork Fire District and the Carbondale Fire District, because I believe it's a mapping throughout Pickens County, specific, done by the U.S. Forest Service. That's why they did the projects up to
Yeah, it goes all the
Crystal.
way up to Crystal. It shows a whole lot.
So we
of
need to
areas.
bring, if we're gonna do it, we need to bring those people in. But we need to ask John Peacock if that is, it's been scheduled or discussed to move that part of it forward.
Okay. Any other future agendas?
Kelly, just for
Yeah.
clarification, clarification, the board's okay with Dave just doing a written report, at least to start off with. You okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, all right, we'll reach out to him on
Thank you.
that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, open discussion. Phyllis or Rich? I think we have scheduled an update about the wildfire cameras.
I hope so.
Just quick, I'm trying to get into, I lost my
That's at 4:30, so I don't know if
board
anybody's
view.
coming on.
It's almost.
There's going to be an email coming to you from Jeremy and IT about the new Civic Plus, the updates that we're having with the Civic Clerk website. So look for that. Also, there's going to be a press release coming out from Lisa McDonald on now I can't remember what it is.
It's the RISD resolution.
RISA Day.
RISA Day. Thank you.
It's RISD month.
Remind me what
that's
RISD is.
coming to you.
Recreational
So you'll see that from
in-stream
Lisa.
Oh, yeah.
channel.
The other things we have going on is beginning early tomorrow morning, we're going to stage 2 fire restrictions. So that means no campfires anywhere for the most part. We do have that information on our website and that'll be out there. There's a press release that came out regarding that. Also, we're actively watching the Sylvan Lake fire. We have a group of fire and public safety people at the Thomasville Firehouse that are there and able to answer questions for people. Our communication team, we learned an awful lot through COVID on communication and tapping into some of those resources. Regarding getting a call center, there is a pre-evac notice right now from the dam up to Hagerman Pass. I do understand that Chapman Campground is pretty empty right now. So those folks have moved out, which is great on that pre-evac notice. So we're looking at a call center in English and Spanish and using some of our COVID comms if something happens emergent that we need to move until we can put some other mechanisms in place. But in the meantime, it's still just in pre-evac. So those are the items that I had for open discussion.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Unless Kara texted me. She
Okay,
asked me.
about the fire response, it's my understanding we are not opening up the incident command, we're gearing up. So if need be, the incident command team, the IMT and the EOC, Emergency Ops Center, will be ready to roll rather than having to gear up to roll. We're already in that first step of planning just in case. That's my understanding.
You are absolutely correct.
Okay.
We are trying to get ahead so that when something does happen, we have systems in place to be able to communicate with our citizens and visitors who might be in the area. There was a notice that went out for people to move livestock and large animals out of the area. I did hear that there were livestock trailers going up and down the frying pan today. So that's all precautionary, but a good thing to do, because it's easier to do it now when there's not an evacuation than if something's happening and people need to move quickly. So the IMT is there. We do have our command trailer at the firehouse, so it's very visible that people can go there. The law enforcement and fire folks have also been going door to door. They're finding a lot of people are gone, but making sure that people know what's going on.
Right. And one other thing, since our beloved chairwoman over here is going to be jumping on a plane and getting totally out of the valley for fear of fire and go visit family and friends, I talked with John Peacock and talked with Kelly. So in the interim, if need be, I'll step in for Kelly to be the point person for the BOCC when it comes to fire issues, fire response, if we decide to hold community meetings. I just wanted the rest of the board to know that, and the community to know, why isn't Kelly there? Because she's on a beach, hopefully, somewhere. So just to let you guys know.
And the things we learned in COVID, we will be, like our call center will be press 1 for English, 2 for Spanish. So we're trying to get bilingual folks on our call center too, and just teeing them up now. Don't need to do anything today, but you don't know. Fire acts however it wants to act.
That's right. And on
So I
the,
don't know if there's anything else. The other thing we did have, and Jeff Kruger's here, was the Pano artificial intelligence cameras.
right. So let me just finish up with the RISD. It's the month of RISD, not a day, and they needed direction. They thought it would be June now, so I think we have to determine it's going to be July. The memo, or the press release was really well done, and I'm fully supportive of it. They're gonna be filling in the dates, but RISD is the month of July, if it's okay with the board for that.
Thanks, Patty.
And then do you wanna do the Pano before I have one more thing, or you want me to?
I have some other things too, so yeah, let's do the wildfire cameras.
Okay, perfect. I'll just save this.
Yeah, if you have any other open discussion, let's hold them until after our conversation related to the wildfire cameras, which we can talk about now if Jeff Kruger is ready.
Well, I know that I did some research and we found out we can do just a contract for services for those. There doesn't need to be any decision. That came from John Ely. So if you have any questions, then Jeff is there.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Jeff. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, I think this is just an incredible opportunity for the county and for the region to put up a early warning wildfire detection system at 4 county communication sites. Again, this is a pilot program that will be used to evaluate the system and hopefully could be used in the future. This type of technology for doing early warning and alerting for wildfires. As we all know, wildfires are very predominant in our news lately. And I know that Chief Rick Valentine and his team from Aspen Fire have been working with Sylvan Fire. And so, our thoughts are with them that they stay safe during this fire and all the work they're doing. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think, as Phyllis said, we are planning to do a contract for services for this effort. So we will be generating a statement of work, and it's something that we can quickly draft, put together, and get the system installed. I think it's desperately needed now that we are at the start of our fire season.
Thanks, Jeff. Patty?
Yeah, Jeff, one of the things I'd asked, and I think you've resolved that, was to make sure we have the staff time to assist with this, and it's not gonna burden your department that already is stretched a little thin on most cases. So you reassured me that you've got the capacity to do this, yes?
We do.
Okay.
Yes, Patty, thank you for that question. Yeah, we are stretched thin, but this is something I think is highly important, and so we don't anticipate a whole lot of time from staff. It's really, the most of the work is being done by Aspen Fire and contracted out from Aspen Fire. But the work involved for my county staff has to do with the networking side of things, creating a VLAN, making sure that the data gets transferred over our microwave system. These are really very small and minimal tasking for my staff.
Okay, and then I also had asked at the previous meeting about dispatch and the fact that they're gonna notify, it was my understanding, just the Aspen Fire Protection District, but the cameras may actually be able to scan areas that are, well, they will, the Roaring Fork Fire District, because of Snowmass Village and Basalt area and Lower River Road area, and maybe even some of the areas, maybe even in the Carbondale. And I think it's of greatest importance that those jurisdictions also be notified, because they would be the first to respond. So if we want rapid detection, we need rapid response. So I think we really need to notify all the fire districts that would be impacted by this and who need to be alert to this, rather than just limit it just to the Aspen Fire Protection District. So I don't know how we work that out, but I think that's important.
And I will take that back. I believe that both Aspen Fire as well as Pano are tuning into this, and so I'm sure they have that information, but I will relay that to them as well.
Okay, because if we're gonna jump, we need all of us to jump. So I think that's fine. Thanks so much, Jeff.
Okay, other questions for Jeff about this pilot program? All right. I just have a question. When do they think the cameras will go live based on what you know of the project setup?
Yeah, so there was 4 towers, if you recall. 3 of them are, they plan to install the first or second week of July. And then the one for Upper Red is gonna have to wait until we do the site remodel. But we plan to start July 12th on the site remodel. And so once we start installing antennas, we'll allow them to go up there. But my guess is probably going to be the last week of July
Okay. Thank you so much.
for Upper Red.
Okay. All right, any further questions on this topic?
No, just a quick one. So without that last one in, the others will still be able to triangulate successfully, Jeff?
Yes, we'll have, I don't have the slide in front of me, but there is coverage from multiple cameras with the 3 sites. Initially, and of course, Upper Red will just increase that coverage for multiple cameras. But yeah, there is multiple camera coverage from the 3 cameras today, or 3 sites today.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Nice to see you. And
Appreciate all your time on this. Thank you.
and let's go ahead and wrap up our open discussion. Other items for open discussion. Patty.
Yeah, I just want, I spoke with John Whitney with Michael Bennett's office about the fact that I was negligent in turning around a letter from the Board of Commissioners specific to the SHRED Act, which is the Ski Area Recreation Fee Act. And he wrote back to me saying, hey, that the bills, it's moving through really well. And since Northwest Cog already did it, he said they're standing right now, it looks pretty good. If we want to at some point, or if he feels that we really need to, he'll let me know. If we need to do a letter on behalf of that bill that's moving forward. The second, though, that is part of my conversation with John Whitney, there is a letter between Hickenlooper and Bennett to the President of the United States urging him to boost their disaster funding. It has to do with issues pretty much specifically related to drought. And I've got I've actually got a copy of the letter. I don't know if we all should have received it, but the copy of the letter that they sent to Biden. And I asked John if he would like us to maybe strengthen their letter and support. And this was before we had the fire at Sylvan Lake. So I would like to see if the board would like me to get some help from staff and draft a letter from Pitkin County to support the actions of both Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett.
Yes, from me.
Yeah.
Okay, I can work on that, especially this coming week when we don't have meetings. I will work on that, get that done and bring it back the first meeting of our work session prior week.
And then that raises for me, my open discussion topic was Richard Phyllis. We are waiting, I think, for a letter from the board to our delegation inviting them to come visit us this summer. And I'm anxious to get on their schedulers calendar. So how can I help move that along?
Yeah, Kelly, I know we've been discussing that. Let us get with John, see what we can do to get that push line. I think we're supportive of it getting done now. We did have a past meeting this week, and I think we now kind of have an idea of maybe how to fashion that response.
Okay.
So we can get on that.
Okay, thank you.
Because we want to try to do when they're here for their summer break, right?
Yeah, August summer recess, yeah. Okay, that was all I had. Anyone else have any other open discussion items for today? All right, thanks for a good meeting, and I'll see the board tomorrow at noon for our regular session. Thanks to the public. Join us tomorrow at noon, and thank you always to Grassroots.
And to McKellar and Kelly, you got us out 4 minutes early.